Found while thrifting, this item has a top middle compartment and a bottom pull-out drawer. The outside is wood, and the inside appears to be metal. It has a spout-looking thing on the upper half and is branded 8er. The finder guesses it's an old icebox. Is this correct? The finder's guess is correct. This is technically an old-fashioned non-electric refrigerator, more commonly known as an icebox. The top compartment is where a large block of ice, delivered by an iceman, would be placed. As the ice melted, the cold air would sink, cooling the middle food storage compartment below it. The melted ice water would drip down and be collected in the pan in the bottom pull-out drawer, which needed to be emptied regularly. The spout-looking thing might be related to this drainage system. The metal lining, often made of zinc or tin-plated steel, was for hygiene and to prevent the wooden cabinet from becoming waterlogged. Bought in a vintage toolbox at a yard sale, this mystery tool is made of blackened steel with a hollow, knurled handle. The end is slightly flared with a rectangular slot that is beveled at both ends to an edge. Many other tools in the box seem to be related to gunsmithing. What is this specialized tool? This tool appears to match listings for a Mauser K98 rifle bolt disassembly tool. The Mauser K98 was a standard service rifle for the German army in World War II, and millions were produced. Gunsmiths and soldiers used specialized tools like this to properly disassemble and maintain the rifle's complex bolt mechanism. The rectangular beveled slot and other features of the tool would be designed to engage with specific parts of the bolt, such as the firing pin assembly, allowing for its safe removal and cleaning. It's a very specific piece of historical military gunsmithing equipment. Found during a walk in the Appalachians in Virginia, this is a rusted, all-metal, possibly electric device. It's about the same size as a light switch cover and most likely came from an old collapsed house or shed. It has different ratios of wire coils and what appears to be solder points. What is this vintage electrical component? This device is identified as an automotive voltage regulator, likely a very old one from the mid-20th century. Before modern alternators with internal solid-state regulators, vehicles with DC generators used external electromechanical voltage regulators like this one. It was a box containing several relays with different wire coil windings. Its job was to control the output of the generator, preventing it from overcharging the battery and ensuring a stable voltage for the car's electrical system under varying engine speeds. Its discovery near an old collapsed structure suggests an old abandoned vehicle was likely nearby at some point. This metal cap, approximately 5 inches in diameter and weighing 10 lbs or so, is not threaded. It was found on the street in front of the finder's house. What is this heavy, non-threaded cap? This heavy cap is a propeller nut anode made of zinc. In the marine world, sacrificial anodes are used to protect critical metal parts of a boat from galvanic corrosion. The anode, made of a less noble metal like zinc, is attached to the part to be protected, like a steel propeller or bronze propeller nut. In the presence of an electrolyte, seawater, the zinc anode corrodes away sacrificially, protecting the more important and expensive propeller components. This particular one is a large anode that fits over the propeller nut. It likely fell off a boat that was being transported on a trailer. Found in a barn in the southeast of Germany, this is an incomplete, stationary, medium-heavy machine. What was its original purpose in a workshop or farm setting? Based on its likely configuration of wheels, guides, and cranks, though not fully detailed, this machine is identified as a saw sharpening machine, or at least what's left of one. These specialized machines were essential in any workshop or farm that relied on large saws, such as circular saws for milling lumber or large crosscut saws. The machine would securely hold the saw blade at a precise angle, while a grinding wheel or a file mechanism was used to accurately sharpen each individual tooth, ensuring a consistent and effective cutting edge. Many different designs existed, but they were a common piece of vintage workshop equipment before the widespread use of disposable or professionally serviced blades. This setup appears to be a doorbell chime, but it's actually a small hardwired transformer connected to an apparatus on a cold water pipe. The apparatus has a small dial wheel. What is this plumbing-related electrical device? This is a zone valve actuator for a hydronic hot water heating system, specifically identified as a White Rogers zone valve, model 1311-102, made by Emerson. In a hydronic heating system, a boiler heats water that is then circulated through pipes to radiators or baseboard heaters in different zones of the house. This electrically operated valve, powered by the low-voltage transformer, opens or closes to control the flow of hot water into a specific zone, as called for by a thermostat. The French warning label indicates it's not to be used with pipes for potable drinking water. Found floating around in the storage cabinet of a second-hand bandsaw, this metal tool has a rough, gritty face on a handle. What is this abrasive tool used for in a workshop? This tool is used to true up or dress a grinding wheel. Over time, the surface of a bench grinder's abrasive wheel can become uneven, loaded with metal particles, or glazed over, reducing its cutting effectiveness. This truing tool, which often has a face embedded with industrial diamonds, or is made of very hard steel, is held firmly against the face of the spinning grinding wheel. This action abrades the wheel, removing the worn surface layer, correcting its shape, and exposing fresh, sharp, abrasive grit, thus restoring the wheel's performance. This object was passed down from an engineer and is possibly related to artillery. It's made of some pretty strong magnets. What is this heavy, precisely machined magnetic device? This device looks like the core of a magnetron, specifically an X-band magnetron, or at least the tunable cavity from one. A magnetron is a high-powered vacuum tube that generates microwaves using the interaction of a stream of electrons with a magnetic field. They are the key component in radar systems. X-band is a common radar frequency, and microwave ovens. The precisely machined internal cavities, strong magnets, and waveguide output are all characteristic features. Its potential connection to artillery would be through its use in a radar targeting system for an artillery piece or an anti-aircraft gun. It is a highly specialized piece of microwave electronics. Found in a basement in Germany, this round metal thing has Phillips and a bunch of numbers punched in. It has a very small, precisely sized hole in the middle that goes completely through. It measures about 25 millimeters wide by 8 millimeters high. What is this industrial tool? This object looks like a wire drawing die. Wire drawing is a metalworking process used to reduce the cross-section of a wire by pulling it through a series of dies, each with a slightly smaller hole than the last. These dies are made from extremely hard materials, like tungsten carbide or industrial diamond, to withstand the immense pressure and friction. The precisely calibrated hole in the center determines the final diameter of the wire. Phillips could be the manufacturer of the die or the company that used it. It's a fundamental tool in the manufacturing of wire. Made of plastic and about as wide as a ballpoint pen, this object was found sticking out of a punctured tire. What is this small, sturdy item? Oh man, the commenter finally knows one. This is identified as a ceramic filter for a cannabis joint, specifically from the brand Sherbinski's, which is recognizable by the orange S logo. These are small, reusable ceramic tips that are placed at the end of a hand-rolled cigarette. They provide a sturdy mouthpiece and are designed to cool the smoke and filter out some tar, similar to glass tips. Being made of ceramic, they are hard and rigid enough to puncture a tire if dropped on the road and hit at the right angle. This wooden spoke stick thing is about 10 inches long and on a twine loop. The spokes go all the way around and seem to be natural, not dowels. Guesses like back scratcher or wool processing tool seem incorrect. It was found at the Ulster American Folk Park in Northern Ireland, in a house representing historical life. What could it be? The best guess for this object is that it's an abandoned project for making a traditional wooden whisk or beater. Such whisks, used for mixing batters or frothing liquids, were often made by taking the end of a small branch, like pine or birch, and carefully splitting the wood into numerous thin tines or spokes at one end. The tines would then be spread out and held in shape by a cord or ring. This object looks like the project was started. The tines were split, but never completed by spreading and securing them, resulting in the spoke stick appearance. These rusty, dangling, wire-like objects are dotted seemingly randomly along the outside brick wall of a relatively new apartment building in the U.S. Southeast. What are these dangly-doos in the brickwork? These are identified as brick ties. In a brick veneer wall, where an outer wall of bricks is built in front of a structural backup wall, often wood or concrete block, brick ties are essential for connecting the two walls together. These triangular ties, or tri-ties, are attached to the backup wall, and the other end is laid into the mortar joint of the brick wall as it's being built. This provides lateral support to the brick veneer, preventing it from bowing or separating from the building. Why they are hanging out of the wall like this is a sign of improper or incomplete construction. This wooden briefcase is heavy and deep, but has no maker's mark anywhere. What is its origin and purpose? The commenter states, "I have one exactly like this. It's an inexpensive decorative box made to look antique." These types of faux antique wooden briefcases, chests, or boxes were very popular decorative items, often sold at home goods stores like Pier 1 or HomeSense in the 1990s and 2000s. While they are functional as storage boxes, their primary purpose is aesthetic, designed to add a rustic, vintage, or worldly vibe to a room's decor. The commenter notes they use theirs to hold yearly tax receipts, highlighting their practical use for storing documents or other items, despite their origin as a decorative, mass-produced item. Found with a metal detector in an 1880s Nevada mining camp milling pile, this small, unusual object is hollow with a small hole on top and a larger hole on the bottom. Its age is indeterminate due to the remote location sometimes being used by target shooters. What is this small, hollow artifact? The best guess for this object is that it's a cap for some kind of container, possibly a can, bottle, or flask, from the mining camp era. The raised portion would have fit into the container's opening. The bent end could have been part of a hinge, allowing the cap to flip open and closed. The larger hole might have held a cork or rubber seal to make the container airtight or leak-proof. Its discovery in a milling pile, where ore was processed, in an 1880s mining camp, is consistent with it being a remnant of a provision container used by the miners. These rusted metal wire hooks are found under the edge of the grass in a backyard. They seem to be going under the lawn. The finder wonders if they are supposed to hold up the grass or are just leftover trash from planters. What are they? These are identified as leftover hooks, most likely from hanging planters or decorative garden items. These types of sturdy wire hooks, often with a shepherd's hook design or a simple J shape, are pushed into the ground to provide a point from which to hang baskets of flowers, bird feeders, or garden lanterns. It's common for these to be left in place and eventually become overgrown with grass or forgotten, especially if they break or the item they were holding is removed. They are simply abandoned pieces of old garden hardware. This metal clip-like thing was found with a grandmother's old Singer sewing machine from 1928. It's about the length of a palm and was stored with spare needles and presser feet. What is this specific sewing machine attachment? This metal clip is a part of the vintage Singer tucking foot attachment. The tucker was a clever accessory that allowed a seamstress to create perfect, evenly spaced decorative tucks or pleats in fabric. This attachment usually came with several parts, including a special presser foot and this marking arm or guide. The complete attachment would not only sew a perfect tuck, but, as the commenter notes, it would also simultaneously mark the precise location for the next parallel tuck, ensuring flawless and consistent spacing. It's a wonderful example of the precision engineering of vintage sewing machine accessories. This blue, velvety material and gold fabric-trimmed thing is the size and shape of a handheld mirror, but is soft and velvety on both sides. It was found with a mom's old stuff, likely from the 50s to 70s. One side is smooth velvet, and the other has pearls sewn on. It reminds the finder of a lint remover but seems too soft. What is it? The finder's initial thought is correct. This is likely a vintage lint and hair remover, probably from the 1970s. Before the advent of modern sticky tape lint rollers, brushes with directional velvet or velour fabric pads were very common. The nap of the fabric is angled in such a way that when brushed in one direction, it effectively picks up and holds on to lint, hair, and dust. When brushed in the opposite direction, the debris is released for cleaning. The pearled side would be purely decorative, making it a stylish accessory to keep on a vanity or dresser. This wooden whale, found in a vacation condo in Destin, Florida, has a leather tail. Inside are 2 discs and a small wooden dowel rod. Sunglasses are shown for scale. Does this whimsical wooden object have a practical purpose? Yes, this charming wooden whale is a drink coaster holder. The 2 discs inside are the coasters themselves, and the main body of the whale serves as a decorative holder to store them when not in use. The small wooden dowel rod likely acts as a spindle or divider to keep the coasters separated and organized within the whale's body. It's a fun, nautical-themed piece of home decor, perfectly suited for a vacation condo in a coastal location like Destin, Florida, blending function with a playful design. Needing something long and thin, the finder's wife pulled this out of her small tool drawer. It has a pokey metal point on one end and a bumpy grip on the other, but neither of them knows where it came from. What is this object? This object is identified as a dart, but it is missing its flights. The pokey on one end is the metal point of the dart, designed to stick into a dartboard. The bumpy on the other end is the barrel, which is knurled or textured to provide a good grip for the thrower. The very end of the barrel would have slots into which the flights, the small, fin-like stabilizers, usually made of plastic or feathers, would be inserted. Without the flights, the dart is incomplete, but its basic components are still recognizable. This little ceramic frog was thought to be a pipe, but the 2 openings, one likely on top of the head, the other a stem, don't have a bowl. They just meet inside its empty, hollow body. What is this peculiar ceramic frog? This ceramic frog is identified as a novelty drink vessel, a popular souvenir from Guanajuato, Mexico. The name Guanajuato is said to mean place of the frogs in the local indigenous language, which explains the prevalence of frog-themed souvenirs. A blog post confirms that these ceramic frogs, with a hole in the head and a protruding stem, were filled with a drink, possibly a local spirit or flavored beverage. The user would drink the contents through the stem-like mouthpiece. It's a whimsical and culturally specific piece of tourist pottery, designed to be both a container and a keepsake. These metal objects, weighing about 5 lbs each, have a locking mechanism that holds an angled piece securely in one of 3 angles. They were found with other construction equipment and have no labels. What are these heavy-duty, adjustable brackets used for? These are identified as roofing scaffolding holder thingies, more formally known as roof jacks or roofing brackets. They are a critical piece of safety equipment for anyone working on a steeply pitched roof. The flat part of the bracket is nailed securely to the roof sheathing. The adjustable angled part is then set to be level with the ground, and a long wooden plank, a 206 or 208, is laid across a series of these brackets. This creates a temporary, secure platform, or scaffolding, allowing roofers to stand safely, hold their tools, and prevent themselves and their materials from sliding down the roof. This tool, found in a farm shed in the Midwestern USA, is approximately 6 feet long. Its specific shape isn't fully detailed, but its length and farm shed context suggest a utilitarian purpose. What is this long-handled tool? This 6-foot-long tool is identified as an old clinker grabber. Clinkers are hard, glassy lumps of fused ash, unburnt fuel, and impurities that form in coal-fired stoves, furnaces, or forges. They can block airflow and reduce the efficiency of the fire. A clinker grabber is a long-handled tool, often with a pincer, hook, or spade-like end, designed to allow the user to reach deep into a hot firebox to break up and remove these clinkers without getting burned. Its long length is essential for safety when tending a hot coal fire. This plastic tab-like object with a face on it mysteriously appeared in a crushed limestone driveway in South Texas, likely exposed by rain. The bottom is a semi-hard rubber, and the top is plastic with a statue-like face profile. Reverse image search was unhelpful. What is this thing? These are identified as earplugs, specifically a type that has a more decorative or stylized end tab. The semi-hard rubber part would be the portion that is compressed and inserted into the ear canal to block sound. The plastic tab, with the face profile, is the grip or handle used to insert and remove the earplug. Some brands of reusable earplugs offer more distinctive designs on their stems or tabs than the simple corded or flanged types, making them slightly more personalized or easier to find if dropped. This item was bought from an old workshop and is possibly automotive related. It has a long metal rod and a top made of resin or plastic with no markings. What is this vintage car accessory? Apparently, this is a car fender guide, also known as a fender marker or curb feeler, though curb feelers are usually lower. These were accessories, popular from the 1940s through the 1960s, that were mounted on the front fenders of a car, usually on the passenger side. The tall, visible rod, with an often illuminated or decorative top, the resin plastic part, helped the driver judge the position of the front corner of the car, which was often difficult to see from the driver's seat on the large, bulbous cars of that era. This aided in parking and maneuvering in tight spaces without scraping the fender. This metal thingy, about 7 centimeters, 2 inches long, comes with door handle kits. The instructions show it, but don't name it or illustrate any specific use for it. What is this small but essential tool for? This small metal rod appears to be a release tool for the door handle. Many modern interior door handles and knobs, particularly those with a privacy lock, like for a bedroom or bathroom, have a design where the handle is secured to the internal mechanism without visible screws. To remove the handle for installation, reversal, or repair, you need to depress a small spring-loaded detent pin, which is usually located in a tiny hole on the shank of the handle. This tool, essentially a sturdy pin or a thin rod, is provided specifically for pressing that detent, allowing the handle to be released and pulled off the spindle. This metal thing is on a pub wall in the UK. It's a display board, about 60 centimeters by 60 centimeters, made of wood and metal, with 5 hook-like things and mechanical-looking nuts and bolts. A sign has 200 on it, but the rest is scrubbed out. Letters U and D are stenciled on the panel. What are these industrial components? These are definitely identified as electrical contactors. A contactor is a heavy-duty electrically controlled switch used for switching a power circuit, similar to a relay but for higher currents. The coils in the center, when energized, create a magnetic field that closes or opens the high current contacts at the top. The stenciled U and D, likely for up and down, strongly suggest these could have been the main motor control contactors for an old elevator, lift, or a crane chart hoist, used to reverse the direction of the powerful electric motor that raises and lowers the cab or hook. The display is a fascinating piece of industrial electrical history. Found in a school science lab, these 2 copper water baths each have a heating element below. Their most distinctive feature is a set of concentric, removable lids that open in widening diameters to accommodate different-sized objects. Each is approximately 27 centimeters tall. What is this piece of lab equipment used for? This is a laboratory steam bath or water bath. It's used for gently and uniformly heating substances in a laboratory setting. Water in the copper basin is heated by the element below, producing steam and hot water. The set of concentric rings acts as the lid. You can remove 1 or more rings to create an opening of the perfect size to support a round bottom flask, beaker, or evaporating dish, allowing it to be heated by the steam or hot water below without direct, harsh contact with the heating element. This provides very controlled and even heating, which is ideal for distillation, refluxing reactions, or safely evaporating solvents. Noticed while driving eastbound on I-10 northwest of Wilcox, AZ, this huge, shiny, silver, can-looking object was visible from over 30 miles away. What is this massive, reflective structure? This massive, shiny object is identified simply as a telescope. More specifically, given its location in Arizona, known for clear skies and astronomy, and its immense size, this is likely a very large research telescope, possibly part of a major observatory complex. The shiny silver can appearance would be the observatory dome, which is often painted with reflective materials to minimize solar heating during the day and protect the sensitive instruments inside. Large astronomical observatories are often situated on mountaintops in remote locations to get above the thickest parts of the atmosphere and away from light pollution, making them visible from great distances. Found in a driveway, this 1.5-inch metal part has a threaded bottom, a split, cup-like top, and a hole above the threading. The finder guesses it might be for car audio or an air compressor. What is this precision-made mechanical part? This is a universal drive shaft, also known as a dog bone or a CV, constant velocity joint, for a hobby-grade radio control RC car. These are used to transmit power from the differentials to the wheels, and the universal joint design, the split cup-like top, allows them to do so even as the suspension moves up and down and the wheels are steered. They are precision-made parts, and their discovery in a driveway is common, as they can sometimes break or come loose during high-speed runs or crashes of a hobbyist's RC car. This silicon plate is approximately 14 inches across, 1 4-inch thick, and drilled with hundreds of holes. It's extremely reflective and was found during an estate cleanout in Silicon Valley. It's much too thick and holey to be a standard silicon wafer used for making chips. What is this specialized piece of high-tech manufacturing equipment? This perforated silicon plate is identified as a silicon electrode, specifically one used to distribute gas in a dry etching process for semiconductor manufacturing. Dry etching is a critical step where material is removed from a silicon wafer to create circuit patterns. In some plasma etching systems, a shower head electrode like this one is used at the top of the chamber. Process gases are introduced through the hundreds of small holes in the electrode, ensuring a uniform distribution of the gas and plasma over the surface of the silicon wafer being processed below. It's a high-precision component from a very expensive piece of semiconductor fabrication equipment. Found in a tool storage closet, these are white plastic items made of PSHI, high-impact polystyrene. They are approx. 6 inches long with a slit along one side and a hooked end. A garlic is used for scale. What are these clip-on plastic pieces for? These white plastic items are possibly refrigerator door shelf dividers. Many refrigerators have long shelves or bins on the inside of the door for holding jars, bottles, and cartons. Dividers like these, with a hooked end to clip onto the rail of the shelf and a long body, can be slid into place to partition the shelf space. This helps to keep items organized, upright, and prevents them from sliding around or tipping over when the refrigerator door is opened and closed. Wired into the ceiling at Scotiabank Arena, a large sports and entertainment venue, these white boxes are a mystery. The finder knows they are not speakers or lights. What is the purpose of these numerous ceiling-mounted white boxes in a large public venue? These white boxes are panel Wi-Fi antennas, providing reliable, high-capacity Wi-Fi coverage to tens of thousands of users simultaneously in a large, dense environment like an arena is a major technical challenge. Instead of using a few powerful omnidirectional antennas, these venues use a distributed antenna system, DAS, with many smaller directional panel antennas like these. They are strategically placed throughout the seating areas and concourses to create smaller coverage cells, ensuring that all spectators have a strong signal and that the network capacity is not overwhelmed. Found in a workshop, this pair of solid metal items could be from one of 3 generations of owners. What are these sturdy, likely structural metal components? These solid metal items are identified as roof jacks, also known as adjustable post shores or temporary support columns. They are used in construction and renovation to provide temporary support to overhead structures like beams, joists, or arches. A common use is to support the ceiling and roof structure when a load-bearing wall is being removed or a new beam is being installed. They consist of a heavy-duty steel column with a screw mechanism that allows for precise adjustment of their height and the load they are supporting. Their robust construction is essential for their safety-critical role. These new solar-powered cameras are appearing around a city, some on traffic light poles and some on their own dedicated poles. The finder suspects they might be license plate readers. Is this correct? The finder's suspicion is likely correct. These are license plate reader, LPR, or automatic number plate recognition, ANPR, cameras. Law enforcement agencies and municipalities use these systems for various purposes. They automatically capture images of license plates of passing vehicles and convert them into text. This data can then be checked against databases for stolen vehicles, cars associated with wanted persons, e.g., Amber Alerts, or unpaid fines. They are also used for traffic flow analysis and investigations, allowing police to search for vehicles that were in a specific area at a specific time. Their solar power capability allows for deployment in locations without easy access to mains power. Found in a 19th century gentleman's traveling kit, this Y-shaped thing is made of a grained organic material, possibly bone. It has a hinged toggle on one end with a limited range of motion. All three ends are cut at a 45-degree angle. What is this small, hinged support piece? This Y-shaped object is identified as a celluloid picture frame or mirror stand. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, small portable picture frames or vanity mirrors were common items in a traveling kit. This Y-shaped piece would have been the hinged easel or stand on the back. It would be attached to the back of the frame, and the hinge toggle would allow it to be swung out to support the frame in an upright position for display on a table or dresser. Celluloid, an early plastic that could mimic ivory or bone, was a very common material for such decorative and functional items of that era. This heavy cast iron object, about 4 inches at the base and weighing about 5 lbs, was picked up at a thrift store. The hole in the center is tapered, about 2 inches deep and 1.25 inches square. The finder guesses it's a heavy base to hold something. What is it? This heavy cast iron object is an antique match striker. It's a combination holder and striker for old-fashioned strike-anywhere matches. The central tapered hole is where a supply of matches would be kept for easy access. The rough, often ribbed or cross-hatched, surfaces on the sides of the cast iron base served as the striking surface. The heavy weight of the object provided stability, allowing a match to be struck and lit with one hand. These were common and practical items for the home, or in public places like bars and smoking rooms in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, before the advent of safety matches and disposable lighters. Found in a grandma's cabinet, this set consists of a glass cup that cannot stand up by itself on its pointy end, and a donut-shaped piece of glass that the cup fits into but cannot be removed from. What is this elegant glassware set for? These are identified as candle drip protectors, also known as bobettes. They are designed to be used with candlesticks to catch any drips of melting wax, preventing the wax from running down onto the candlestick itself or the table surface. The donut-shaped piece would fit over the top of the candlestick, and the candle would then be placed in the center holder. The cup-shaped part, which looks like a glass cup that surrounds the candle base, is what catches the wax drips. They are a functional and often decorative accessory for formal dining or elegant home decor. Found when clearing a relative's flat, this small object consists of a couple of prisms attached to a small metal frame, measuring roughly 2 centimeters by 6 centimeters. The finder wonders if it's something to do with a microscope. What is this compact optical component? This is a double poro prism assembly, a key component from inside a pair of binoculars. Poro prisms, invented by Ignacio Poro in the 19th century, are used in many traditional binocular designs. The double prism system serves two crucial purposes. First, it inverts the image from the objective lens, which would otherwise appear upside down and reversed, so that the viewer sees a correctly oriented image. Second, it folds the light path, allowing the binoculars to be shorter and more compact than a straight telescope of the same magnification. This small pre-assembled unit would be one of the 2 identical assemblies found inside a pair of Poro prism binoculars. If you love uncovering strange and mysterious objects, hit like and subscribe. Your support genuinely helps YouTube's algorithm find more curious explorers like you. Thank you for helping us grow. Stay curious. Found next to coffee mugs at a charity shop, this is a small white ceramic thing with an opening in the front and a pointy top. It's about 5 centimeters tall, too small for a tea light candle. It's not a salt pig, as salt would fall out. The finder wonders if there's a hole at the top. What is its purpose? The finder's last question is the key. This small ceramic house-like or teepee-like object with an opening in the front and a small hole at the top is almost certainly an incense cone holder or burner. The user would light the tip of a cone of incense, place it on a small fireproof base inside the ceramic holder, and then place the cover over it. The smoke from the smoldering incense cone would then rise and exit through the small chimney hole at the pointy top, creating a pleasing visual effect while safely containing the hot cone and distributing the fragrance. This small metal cap suddenly appeared in the middle of a kitchen floor. It has KitchenAid 1919 etched into its outside surface. The finder only owns a KitchenAid stand mixer and can't see where this part might have come from. What is this branded metal cap? This small metal cap is identified as the decorative end piece from the handle of a KitchenAid brand ladle or another similar cooking utensil like a large spoon or spatula. Many of KitchenAid's utensils feature a distinctive design with a plastic or silicone handle that has a branded metal cap at the very end, which often includes a hole for hanging. Over time, and with repeated use and washing, the adhesive or friction fit holding this end cap in place can fail, causing it to fall off unnoticed. The 1919 likely refers to the year the KitchenAid brand was founded, a common feature on their branding. A pottery fragment washed up on a beach in Australia. It was found in a swell that brought up a lot of seashells. What part of a larger pottery item is this likely to be? This pottery fragment looks very much like a teapot spout that has broken off from the main body of the teapot. The curved, tapered, and hollow shape of a teapot spout is quite distinctive. Being a protruding part, the spout is one of the most common components to break off a ceramic teapot if it is dropped or damaged. Once broken, the fragment could be washed into the sea or a river, where it would be tumbled by the waves over time, smoothing its broken edges, much like sea glass, before eventually washing up on a beach. Absolutely no clue what this is. It's a circular tube almost 6 inches tall and half an inch wide. The tip is slanted and made of rubber, and it says, "On the mend," on the side. The section at the bottom, about an inch long, twists and makes a clicking sound. What is this tool? Despite its somewhat unusual appearance, this is identified as a cuticle pusher, a tool used in manicures. The slanted rubber tip is used to gently push back the cuticles from the surface of the nail. The long, pen-like body provides a comfortable grip. The twisting, clicking mechanism at the bottom might be for extending or retracting a different tool at the other end, perhaps a nail cleaner or a trimmer which might be missing, or it could simply be a non-functional part of the design. On the mend is likely the brand name, suggesting personal care or grooming products. This rusty metal box, with slits, is mounted on a covered front porch ceiling. What is this vintage piece of electrical hardware? A former alarm system installer recognizes this box. While not definitive, it is a standard industry junction box that was used for multiple situations in alarm system installations. It could have been used to house connections for outdoor sirens, strobe lights, magnetic contacts for doors and windows, or other security system components. The slits might have been for ventilation, or to allow sound from a small internal buzzer or siren to escape. It's a common piece of older security system hardware, likely from an outdated system that has since been decommissioned or replaced. These dime-sized metal thing-eyes were found in a wallet. Google Lens identifies them as cell batteries, but that is incorrect. Both are identical. What are these small, machined metal discs? These small metal discs are identified as part of an adjustment knob for an adjustable vehicle suspension system, like those made by companies specializing in coilovers or performance suspension. On some adjustable suspension setups, the damping characteristics, stiffness, of the shock absorbers can be fine-tuned by turning a small knob located at the top of the shock tower. These small, decorated metal discs are the top, decorative part of that adjustment knob. They might have fallen off or been kept in the wallet after being removed for some reason. Placed along a field perimeter line in the UK, this area is potentially marked for development. Around 15 of these objects, each about 30 cm long, heavy, and black shiny, are evenly spaced along one hedgerow. The finder speculates they might be for nature monitoring. What are they? The finder's speculation is correct. These heavy black tubes are used for reptile and invertebrate monitoring. Ecologists and environmental consultants use these as artificial refuges to survey for the presence of species like slowworms, lizards, small snakes, and various ground-dwelling invertebrates. The tubes provide a dark, sheltered, and thermally stable environment that these animals will use for cover. Surveyors can then periodically check under or inside these tubes to identify and count the species present. This is often a required step in an ecological impact assessment before a construction or development project can be granted permission. This is an 8-inch stone mosaic object with handles on either top corner. It becomes wider towards the bottom and has a water bottle-esque lid at the top. It weighs about 5 lebs. What is this unique piece of pottery? This is identified as a studio or art pottery piece from the Mosca Vietri pottery studio. Vietri pottery is a style of brightly colored ceramics from the town of Vietri sul Mare in Italy, known for its traditional and artistic designs. This particular piece, with its unique shape, mosaic-like finish, and handles, is a decorative item from that studio. While their current website might show more elaborate work, a search for Mosca Vietri pottery reveals similar, simpler designs and a signed base that matches the one on this item. It's a piece of handmade Italian art pottery, possibly a decorative vase or jug. Found in the center console of a 2018 F-150 after it was detailed, this 1-inch long black plastic end cap has a 13-tooth half-inch gear. The letter R and 2148 are engraved on the bottom. The gear has moderate resistance and turns slowly. What is this small geared plastic component? This component is identified as a rotary glove box damper. A damper is a mechanism that controls motion, and in this case, it's designed to make the glove box door open smoothly and slowly, rather than just falling open. The gear mechanism provides resistance as the glove box door opens, creating a controlled fluid motion. It was likely dislodged or not reinstalled correctly by the detailing staff when they were cleaning the inside of the dashboard or changing the cabin air filter, which is often located behind the glove box. The R likely indicates it's for the right-hand side. This heavy red kitchenware item is about the size of a cake and comes from a collection of antique kitchenware. It appears to be made from iron. What is its specific cooking purpose? This heavy iron kitchenware item could be an indoor grill, sometimes called a stovetop grill or grill pan. These heavy cast iron pans, often round or square, feature raised ridges on the cooking surface. When placed over a stove burner, the pan gets very hot. Food placed on the ridges gets grill marks and cooks with intense direct heat, while fat and juices drain away into the channels between the ridges. Some versions were designed as two-part systems for use under a broiler, or even had specific stands for use over an open flame or coals, allowing for indoor grilling before modern electric grills became common. Used as a doorstop in a recently purchased old South Australian house, this arrowhead-shaped metal object measures 110 mm by 40 mm. The finder wonders if it's a real arrowhead or a garden tool. What is this decorative metal piece? This metal, arrowhead-shaped object is 100% identified as a curtain rod finial. A finial is the decorative ornament attached to the end of a curtain rod. They serve to prevent the curtain from sliding off the end of the rod, and also act as a key decorative element in the window treatment. Finials come in a vast array of shapes, sizes, and materials, and arrowhead or spear point designs were, and still are, a popular stylistic choice, especially for wrought iron or rustic-looking curtain rods. The commenter notes their grandmother had the exact same ones. Found in a kitchen near a dishwasher, this flat steel clip-like thing is about 1.5 by 2 cm and very sturdy. An AirPod is shown for scale. It seems to be a piece of hardware, but from what? This is a mounting clip used to secure a dishwasher in place under a countertop. During installation, dishwashers need to be fastened to the surrounding cabinetry or the underside of the countertop to prevent them from tipping forward when the door is opened and the racks are pulled out. This type of metal clip attaches to the top or side of the dishwasher's frame. A screw is then driven through the hole in the clip and into the wood of the cabinet or countertop, firmly anchoring the appliance. It likely fell or was left over during a recent installation or repair. Found in a garage, this tool is about 2.5 feet long with a metal rod body and handle attached to a rectangular base. Inside the base, a separate piece slides in and out. It could have been there for over 30 years. What is this lawn care tool? This tool is a turf plug cutter or lawn plugger. It's a specialized gardening tool used for repairing damaged patches of lawn or for transplanting specific types of grass. The user would press the cutting mechanism into a healthy section of their lawn to remove a neat plug of turf, complete with soil and roots. This plug can then be transplanted into a bare or damaged area of the lawn. The sliding piece in the base is likely part of the mechanism for ejecting the cut plug from the tool. It's a method for achieving seamless lawn repairs using your own existing turf. These 5-inch long metal objects with very small serrations are wire-wrapped and came in a plastic tube. They were found among a father's tools and may be related to woodworking. The finder is unsure if the fine wire wrapping should be removed. What are these delicate blades? These are jeweler's saw blades. A jeweler's saw is a type of handsaw with a C-shaped frame that holds these very fine, thin blades under tension. It is used by jewelers, metalworkers, and model makers to make intricate, precise cuts with tight curves in thin sheets of metal, plastic, or wood. The blades come in various sizes, thickness, and teeth per inch for different materials and tasks. The fine wire wrapping is how they are often bundled and sold to protect the delicate teeth and prevent them from getting tangled. The wire should be carefully unwound to access the individual blades. A foster kitten threw up chunks of these slightly stretchy strips. They are shiny on one side and matte on the other. The texture is similar to summer sausage casing, but it's not organic. The kitten had to have ingested it at its previous home. The holes are bite marks. What is this material? This material is identified as gift wrapping ribbon, specifically the shiny plasticized or mylar-type ribbon commonly used for decorating presents. This type of ribbon is often shiny or metallic on one side and has a matte finish on the other. Unfortunately, for reasons that aren't fully understood, some cats are intensely attracted to chewing on and eating ribbon, string, and similar materials. This can be very dangerous, as the ribbon can cause serious intestinal blockages, a condition known as a linear foreign body. The stretchy nature and the bite marks are consistent with a cat having chewed and ingested this common decorative item. This object looks like the top of a pen, but has no ballpoint for ink. It has a screw bit on the bottom. A friend suggested it looks like a tip for a practice arrow, but its origin is unknown. A picture with a finger shows its small size. What is it? This looks like the window breaker tip from a tactical or survival pen. These multifunction pens are typically made of a very strong material like aircraft-grade aluminum or steel. While one end is a functional writing pen, the other end, often under a cap, features a hardened, pointed tip, usually made of tungsten carbide or a similar material. This point is designed to be an emergency tool, capable of shattering a car's tempered glass window with a focused impact, allowing for escape from a trapped vehicle. The screw bit bottom is how it would attach to the main body of the pen. This dish appears to have been made by the luxury brand Carol Stupel. What was its specific serving purpose, likely for a refined dining or tea service? This serving dish by Carol Stupel is identified as a server for biscuits and a condiment like honey or creme. The larger base or dish part would be for holding scones, biscuits, or small pastries. The lil pitcher thing would be for serving a complementary topping, such as honey, clotted cream, jam, or a syrup. Carol Stupel was a well-known retailer of high-end, often whimsical and luxurious, tableware and home accessories. This set would have been used during a formal tea service, breakfast, or brunch, reflecting the brand's focus on elegant entertaining. Found on the floor while walking a dog, this object seems to be from the brand Annika. It has text that says, "Carry the Sika and you won't get lost," on one side, and Annika Iceland with some coordinates on the other. The finder wonders if it's jewelry or a keychain. What is it? This item is identified as a decorative part from a handbag, specifically from the Rune backpack in the Iceland collection by the brand Annika. Annika is a Spanish brand known for its whimsical and intricately designed handbags and accessories, often with a travel theme. This small plaque or charm, with its inspirational text and Icelandic theme, the coordinates are for Reykjavik, would have been an integral decorative component of the backpack, perhaps attached to a zipper pull or a strap. Sika in the phrase might be a typo or a specific term within the brand's lore. It's a lost piece of a designer handbag. Found when cleaning out a used RV, these are handmade from 1 to 2 inch PVC pipe, about 30 inches long. The pipe is split along its entire length and has 3 eye bolts with bungees attached. There are also 2 bolts with wing nuts to close down the split. Guesses included clothesline, flag hangers, or a game. What is it? A commenter who had an uncle with a similar device identifies this as a handmade holder for fishing rods, designed to be mounted inside a vehicle like an RV or van. The 30-inch split PVC pipe would be mounted horizontally, often near the ceiling at the back of the vehicle. The handle ends of several fishing rods would be placed inside the pipe, and the bungees attached to the eye bolts would be stretched over them to hold them securely in place and prevent them from rattling or falling. The wing nuts would allow the split to be tightened for a firmer grip. A second, simpler rod would be mounted near the front of the vehicle to support the tips of the rods. This very large, antique press-like machine is located outside the Black Iron Grill rotisserie in Miles City, MT. It's too substantial to be just art. What is this massive piece of industrial heritage? This machine is a 1910 steam-powered iron bender. According to local history, this impressive artifact, along with beams inside the restaurant, was reclaimed from the old Milwaukee Roundhouse, a historic railroad building in Miles City that was destroyed in a fire. In a railroad workshop or roundhouse, a powerful machine like this would have been used to bend and shape heavy iron or steel bars and components needed for repairing and building locomotives and rolling stock. It's a fascinating and powerful piece of industrial history from the age of steam, preserved as a landmark for the community. This metal rod thing has a threaded, removable tip and is hollow. It was found in a machine where it has absolutely no use. A post-it note is provided for scale. What is this common tool component? This hollow threaded metal tube is the sleeve from a soldering iron. On many common soldering irons, the interchangeable soldering tip slides over a ceramic heating element. This metal sleeve is then slid over the tip and screwed onto the handle of the soldering iron. Its purpose is to hold the soldering tip firmly in place and ensure it makes good thermal contact with the heating element underneath. It's a fundamental part of a standard pencil-style soldering iron. Picked up at a yard sale, this crafted lion's head is a puzzle. It has a flat surface at the end, which might serve as a doorstop, but it seems too thin. There are also 3 seams that make it look segmented. The finder is unsure if it has a function or is just decorative. What is it? This carved lion's head is identified as the front part of the arm of a wooden chair that is no longer attached to the chair. In traditional furniture making, decorative elements like this were often attached as a larger, rough-hewn lump of wood to the main chair frame, and then carved in place by the craftsman. The seams might be where different pieces of wood were joined to create the armrest. Over many years of use and stress, the glue joints can fail, causing decorative parts like this to break away from the main structure. It's a fragment of a more ornate piece of antique furniture. Found in a parking lot, this gold-colored die is slightly smaller than a typical die, but heavier. It's very beat up. It has different designs on every side, including what appears to be the Brandenburg Gate, a phoenix, and the current German flag. What is this decorative die? This is identified as a German souvenir dice. Instead of the standard pips, dots, from 1 to 6, each face of this die is decorated with a different iconic symbol or landmark of Germany. The Brandenburg Gate, representing Berlin, the phoenix or eagle, part of the German coat of arms, and the German flag are all classic national symbols. These novelty dice are sold in tourist shops as small collectible keepsakes or souvenirs for visitors to the country, encapsulating several national emblems in one small, heavy object. This 3-inch chunk of metal was pulled out of a tire. It's slightly curved and stamped with MC 2.00 on one face. There's a nub on the back that appears to be ripped off something larger. What is this precisely marked piece of metal? This is what's left of a 2-ounce clip-on wheel balancing weight. To ensure a smooth ride and prevent vibrations, automotive wheels need to be properly balanced. This is done by attaching small, precisely measured weights to the rim of the wheel. This MC-style weight is designed to be clipped onto the edge of a steel wheel rim. The 2.00 stamping indicates its weight, 2.00 ounces. It likely fell off another vehicle on the road and was then unfortunately run over and embedded in the finder's tire. The nub on the back is what remains of the clip. If you love uncovering strange and mysterious objects, hit like and subscribe. Your support genuinely helps YouTube's algorithm find more curious explorers like you. Thank you for helping us grow. Stay curious. Found in a house, this is a fully metal piece where a steel part turns halfway and appears to require a key. The owner can't find the key, but has seen holes in the house that look like the back part of this hardware. What is this lock mechanism? The best guess for this item is that it's part of a glass showcase lock, specifically an older version of the plunger-style locks used on sliding glass doors of display cabinets, curios, or retail showcases. You would press the plunger in to lock the doors. It would engage with a hole in the other door or frame, and a key would be required to turn the mechanism and release the plunger. The holes looking like the back part elsewhere in the house might be where the female part of this lock assembly was once installed. It's a common type of lock for keeping the contents of a display case secure. This white plastic funnel strainer was found in a cupboard with other kitchen tools. It has no identifying markings. What is this specialized funnel for? This is a grease funnel or fat separator, designed to be used with a specific measuring cup, likely a 4-cup KitchenAid model, as the commenter has the same one in black. After cooking meats like bacon or ground beef, you pour the hot liquid from the pan into this funnel, which sits inside the measuring cup. The strainer part catches any solid bits. As the liquid cools, the grease or fat rises to the top, while the flavorful pan, juices or broth, settle at the bottom. The funnel's design, often with a low spout, allows you to then pour off the desirable juices from the bottom, leaving the unwanted fat behind in the funnel. This red plastic object was found in a storage closet with recreation equipment and kids' play stuff. It's a little over an inch wide and tall. It has a logo that looks like a rainbow with the letters RL. What is this crafting toy? This object is part of the Rainbow Loom bracelet-making kit phenomenon. RL stands for Rainbow Loom. Specifically, this small red plastic piece is identified as the finger loom, or a similar small loom from one of their kits. Rainbow Loom involves stretching small, colorful rubber bands over pegs on a loom to create intricate patterns, which are then looped together to form bracelets, charms, and other creations. The finger loom is a smaller, more portable version of the main pegboard loom, allowing kids to weave simpler designs using just their fingers in this tool. Found in a dried creek bed in central Texas, not far from Austin, this rusted metal object is approximately 8 inches in length. What is this piece of old farm machinery? This object looks like a part of an agricultural implement, specifically a tine or tooth from a harrow or cultivator. A harrow is a farm tool used to break up and smooth out the surface of the soil after plowing. A cultivator is used for secondary tillage, including weed control. Both implements consist of a frame to which numerous tines, teeth, or discs are attached, which engage with the soil. This rusted metal piece would have been one of those individual ground-engaging tines. Finding such items in creek beds and agricultural areas is common, as they can break off equipment and be washed away over time. This thing stands about 8 inches tall and says, National Novelty Co. MPLS, Min. Pat Feb 6, 1912 on it. It has a concrete-filled base. The top holder thing can be tipped at an angle. The finder's grandparents couldn't figure out what it was. A candle holder seems unlikely given the tipping mechanism. What is it? This is identified as a version of a patent, with the same date, for an adjustable hose nozzle holder. This was essentially a hands-free lawn sprinkler stand from the early 20th century. The user would thread their garden hose through the clamps and rings on the adjustable arm. They could then set the angle of the hose nozzle to direct the spray of water wherever they wanted. The heavy concrete-filled base provided the stability needed to counteract the water pressure and keep the nozzle pointing in the desired direction, allowing them to water a specific area of their lawn or garden without having to stand there and hold the hose. This hard, semi-transparent plastic piece is 6 cm long and was found in boxes where console controllers are kept. What is this piece of tech-related packaging? The question, did you buy the expansion drive for the Series X, provides the answer. This semi-transparent plastic piece is the protective cap that comes on the Seagate storage expansion card for the Xbox Series X or Series S consoles. These proprietary expansion cards plug into a specific slot on the back of the console. This plastic cap is used to protect the card's sensitive electrical contacts during shipping and before it's installed. It's a common piece of packaging that might be kept in the same box as other console accessories. Found at a thrift store in Denver, this handmade wooden thing is about 408 inches. The wood is high quality and well finished, but the construction or care seems poor, as it won't sit flat when folded. The hinge pins are brass and are drilled completely through the panels. What is this foldable wooden stand? The best guess is that this is a foldable pour-over coffee or tea drip stand. When opened and stood on end, the solid piece would sit flat on a table, and the end with the hole would be at the top, positioned over a mug or carafe. A coffee dripper cone, like a V60 or Melita, or a tea strainer, would then rest in the hole. This allows the user to pour hot water over the coffee grounds or tea leaves, with the brewed beverage dripping directly into the cup below. Its handmade, foldable nature would make it a portable or easily stored item for making a single cup of pour-over coffee. This ceramic bowl has a removable lid, 5 large holes, and 12 small holes. It's about 7 inches in diameter and 4 inches deep, with nothing inside. What is this specialized planter for? This is a plant bulb forcing bowl, specifically designed for growing bulbs like hyacinths, crocuses, or tulips indoors, often in water without soil. The user would fill the bowl with water up to the level of the lower holes. The large holes in the removable lid, or insert, are where the individual bulbs are placed, with their bases just touching the water. The small holes are for drainage or aeration. This method allows the bulbs to be forced to bloom indoors during the winter, providing a display of spring flowers long before they would naturally appear outside. Found alongside some high visibility vests in a secondhand car, this small tool has a slotted hex head. It's approximately 6 inches long and very sturdy. What is this specialized key used for? This is a manual release key for an electric gate motor. Automatic gate systems are equipped with a manual override feature so that the gate can be opened or closed during a power outage or if the motor malfunctions. This specialized key is inserted into a lock or mechanism on the gate operator. Turning the key disengages the motor's drive gear from the gate's track or arm, allowing the gate to be moved freely by hand. The commenter has used one from the same company, confirming its specific purpose. This small, plastic, perforated instruction-like label has been a perplexing mystery for weeks. The picture on it is meaningless to the finder, who hasn't had anything requiring such instructions. What is this from? This small, perforated label is identified as coming from a brand new Arctis Nova gaming headset, manufactured by SteelSeries. These types of informational tags or labels are often attached to new electronic products, providing very basic pictographic instructions on a key feature, such as how to extend a retractable microphone, operate a control, or remove a protective film. The perforated design might be, so it can be easily torn off after reading. Its perplexing nature is understandable once it's separated from the product it belongs to. Found in a box of old office supplies, this small black object has an on-off switch and a hole in the front with metal inside. It almost looks like an electronic buzzer. What is this device? This is a sleepy driver alarm, also known as a drowsy driver alert. It's a small electronic device designed to be worn over the ear, much like a hearing aid. Inside is a tilt sensor. If the wearer's head nods forward past a certain angle, as it would if they were dozing off, the sensor triggers a loud alarm or buzzer to jolt them awake. These were marketed to long-haul truck drivers, night shift workers, or anyone driving for long periods, as a safety device to prevent accidents caused by falling asleep at the wheel. This vent-looking thing is on the wall behind an outdoor fireplace. It has damage, apparently from a gas grill lid touching it. Its elevation is approximately at the bottom of the firebox. The finder is unsure if it needs to be replaced. What is its function? This is an air intake vent for the fireplace. Fires require a steady supply of fresh air, oxygen, for proper combustion and to help with the drafting of smoke up the chimney. This vent, located at the base of the firebox, allows combustion air to be drawn from outside, which can be more efficient and safer than drawing air from the living space. The screen is there to keep critters like birds or rodents from entering the fireplace and nesting. The commenter advises replacing the damaged screen with a sturdy metal welded wire screen to maintain this barrier, especially if a gas grill is located nearby. Found under a bathroom cabinet in a new apartment south of Houston, this small, fuzzy, and potentially smelly thing was discovered while searching for the source of an awful smell. The finder's sister is also sick, though the relation is unknown. The object was sprayed with cleaner. What is it? This fuzzy, smelly object looks like a combination of steel wool mixed with expanding foam. This is a common DIY method used for pest control. To block holes or gaps in walls where rodents like mice or rats might be entering a building, people will often shove coarse steel wool into the hole and then seal it in place with expanding spray foam. Rodents can chew through foam, wood, and even some plastics, but they typically cannot or will not chew through steel wool. The awful smell might be from the foam off-gassing, or more likely, from something a rodent left behind near the hole. Found on the ground, this metal object features a bowl-like shape and holes on each side. What is this automotive component? This object is identified as a sway bar connecting rod, also known as a sway bar end link, from a Honda vehicle. A sway bar, or anti-roll bar, is a part of a vehicle's suspension that helps to reduce body roll during cornering. The sway bar end links are the components that connect the ends of the sway bar to the main suspension members, like the control arms or struts. They typically consist of a rod with a ball joint or bushing at each end, the bowl and holes. They can wear out or break, and this one has likely failed and fallen off a Honda. Heavy metal objects were found buried in a yard. They are about 3x3 square and 12 inches long, very heavy for their size, and not rusted. The finder guesses they might be related to casting. Is this correct? Yes, the finder's guess is correct. A former lost wax foundryman identifies these as runners from a lost wax casting process. In lost wax, or investment casting, multiple wax models of the desired parts are attached by wax rods, runners and gates, to a central wax tree. This entire assembly is then coated in a ceramic shell. The wax is melted out, and molten metal is poured into the now hollow shell. After the metal cools, the ceramic shell is broken away, leaving a metal casting of the entire tree. The individual parts are then cut off from the runners. These found objects are the leftover solid metal runners, with the shiny spots showing where the finished parts were cut off. These are 3D discs made of thin foam. At the center is a hard white ball. There are 4 pieces, each a different color, and they are very lightweight. The edges of the foam sheets appear to be heat-sealed. Found in Toronto, Canada. What are these? These objects are identified as bottle cleaning sponges. This is a type of cleaning tool often sold in packs, designed for cleaning the inside of narrow-necked bottles, vases, or carafes, where a traditional brush can't reach. You drop one of these sponge discs into the bottle with a small amount of soap and water. The hard ball in the center adds some weight and acts as a scrubbing agitator. By swirling the bottle vigorously, the sponge scours the inside surfaces. They amusingly look like flying saucers, the sherbet-filled wafer candies. Seen on a bathroom wall in a hotel room in Germany and also in Switzerland. They don't appear to be connected with the sink or the shower and seem to be randomly placed on the wall. What are these small, usually round, wall panels? These small panels are access panels for the water shutoff valves for the entire bathroom or for specific fixtures. Behind these panels, which can be popped off, are the isolation valves for the hot and cold water. Supply lines feeding the sink, shower, and toilet. This allows maintenance staff or plumbers to shut off the water to a single bathroom for repairs without having to shut off the water for the entire floor or building. The red panel typically indicates the hot water valve, and the blue one indicates the cold water valve, a standard color coding practice. This rusty tool was given to the finder today. It's steel, with a wooden handle about 16 inches long and weighs about 3.5 lb-es. The handle is not original. It's unclear if it's meant to strike something or be struck. What is this specialized woodworking tool? This tool is identified as a cooper's adze. A cooper is a person who makes wooden barrels, casks, and tubs. A cooper's adze is a specialized hand tool with a curved or gouge-shaped cutting edge set perpendicular to the handle. It is used for shaping and hollowing out the inside surfaces of the barrel staves, the individual wooden planks that make up the barrel, helping to create the characteristic bulging shape of the barrel and ensuring a tight fit between the staves. It's a very specific tool from the traditional craft of barrel making. This metal contraption with a knob is concealed in the ceiling. What is this piece of vintage electrical hardware? This appears to be an old square recessed light fixture. The knob in the center is actually a porcelain light bulb socket into which a standard light bulb would be screwed. The square metal part is the housing or trim of the light fixture that would be mounted flush with the ceiling. The tube seen behind it would be a conduit or part of the junction box that holds the electrical wires connecting the fixture to the house's wiring. It's a common style of basic utilitarian recessed lighting from the mid-20th century. Found in an old university physics lab, this is a large glass vacuum tube about 40 centimeters long. Inside is a single-sided antenna-like metal rod. The entire glass assembly is suspended in a wooden crate by springs and canvas straps. A warning label on the neck reads, "Warning, filament current must not exceed 4.5 A." What is this complex piece of scientific equipment? This impressive piece of vintage equipment is identified as a Bainbridge apparatus, which is an early type of mass spectrometer. A mass spectrometer is an instrument used to measure the mass-to-charge ratio of ionized atoms or molecules. In the Bainbridge design, ions are accelerated into a magnetic field where they are deflected into semicircular paths. The radius of this path depends on the ion's mass. Heavier ions travel in a wider arc. This allows scientists to separate different isotopes or identify the chemical composition of a sample. The vacuum tube, internal components, antenna, and warning about filament current are all characteristic of this type of early, high-voltage physics laboratory apparatus. These metal rods were salvaged from an old telephone switching center. What were these specific tools used for in that environment? These are identified as reed switch adjustment tools. Old telephone exchanges and switching systems, before becoming fully digital, used vast arrays of electromechanical components, including reed switches. A reed switch consists of two ferromagnetic reeds sealed in a glass tube. When a magnetic field is applied by a surrounding coil, the reeds become magnetized and touch, closing the circuit. These specialized tools, likely non-magnetic and with specific tips, would have been used by telephone technicians to physically bend, align, or adjust the delicate reeds within the switches to ensure they were operating with the correct spacing and sensitivity, a crucial task for maintaining the massive switching matrix. This heavy metal cylinder, weighing about 10 lbs, was found on the side of a railroad track. It has a broken side and a hole through it on the opposite side. What is this substantial piece of railway hardware? This heavy steel object is not a cylinder, but likely a fragment of a railroad tie plate that has been extremely worn or damaged, giving it a somewhat rounded appearance. A tie plate is a thick iron or steel plate used to secure the rail to the wooden railroad tie, sleeper. The rail sits on the plate, and spikes are driven through holes in the plate into the tie. This distributes the load from the rail over a wider area of the tie and holds the rail to the correct gauge. This piece, with its hole for a spike and its extreme wear, is a discarded fragment of this essential track component. Found by a creek after a flood, this is a black, corroded metal and plastic barrel-like object with tape around the center. What is this common component from a classic toy? This barrel-like object looks like the air piston and compression chamber mechanism from a BB gun, specifically one like the classic Daisy Red Ryder. The Red Ryder is a spring piston lever-action BB gun that has been popular for generations. The mechanism consists of a piston inside a chamber. When the lever is cocked, it compresses a powerful spring and draws the piston back. Pulling the trigger releases the spring, which drives the piston forward, rapidly compressing the air in the chamber and propelling the BB out of the barrel. This found object is the core engine of that iconic air rifle. This metal instrument has a probe of some kind on rotating scales and is connected by a twisted pair cable to a jack. The finder collects measuring equipment, but is intrigued by this particular item found on an auction site. What is this precision instrument? This instrument looks like an azimuth sight or an azimuth circle, a navigational tool used on ships to take bearings of celestial objects, like the sun or stars, or terrestrial landmarks. The sight is placed on top of a compass or a gyrocompass repeater. The user would look through the sight and align it with an object to determine its azimuth, its direction in degrees from north. The rotating scales allow for precise angle measurements. The piece in the center with a probe and cable might contain a light sensor or photodiode, possibly to help with precisely aiming it at a bright object like the sun. These poles with a black cylinder on top are seen throughout the botanic gardens. There are other obvious sprinklers elsewhere, but the purpose of these is unclear. Are they backup sprinklers or some kind of sensor? These are gear-driven rotary sprinkler heads. The poles they are mounted on are called risers, which are used to elevate the sprinkler head above surrounding plants and shrubs to ensure the water spray is not obstructed. The black cylinder on top is the sprinkler head itself. Inside is a gear-driven mechanism, powered by the flow of water, that causes the nozzle to rotate slowly and systematically, distributing water over a large circular or part-circle area. These are very common for watering large lawns and garden beds, and the risers are essential in a botanic garden setting with dense plantings. This red bead, with black triangle etchings, was found on the shore of the Willamette River in Portland, OR. It's not plastic, is see-through when held to light, and the bead hole goes all the way through. It's got teardrop shapes, as well as triangles etched into it. What is this unique and beautiful bead? Thanks to some diligent research and help from the RR Sea Glass community, this has been identified as a 1920s Egyptian Revival Art Deco glass bead. At some point, it was exposed to intense heat, likely in a fire, causing it to deform and for sand to become embedded in its cracks, a state often called bonfire glass. After that, years of being tumbled in the river's rocks and waves gave it a smooth, frosty appearance, similar to sea glass. It's a fascinating artifact that tells a multi-stage story, crafted in the Art Deco era, transformed by fire, and then shaped by nature before being discovered. If you love uncovering strange and mysterious objects, hit like and subscribe. Your support genuinely helps YouTube's algorithm find more curious explorers like you. Thank you for helping us grow. Stay curious. 2 items are presented. One is a glazed pot with abnormal cutouts around the rim. The other is a small, decorated solid metal ovular object, too small for a wrist, but with protrusions for a chain. What are they? The combination of these two items suggests they are a hanging flower pot and its decorative hook or hanger. The glazed pot, with its unusual cutouts in the rim, is a planter. The small holes and cutouts are the attachment points for the chains or ropes used to suspend it. The decorated solid metal ovular object is the hook or the rope organizer that would be hung from a ceiling or bracket. The multiple chains from the pot would connect to this central piece, which would then hang from the main hook. It's a matching set for displaying a hanging plant. This 1-inch white rubberized plastic object with wires was found wrapped around the auger in a refrigerator ice maker. It has KL on the end. A separate piece of rubber tubing was also found wrapped around the auger. The finder thinks it might be a temperature sensor. Is this correct? The finder's thought is correct. This object is a thermistor, which is a type of resistor whose resistance changes significantly with temperature. In a refrigerator, thermistors are used as temperature sensors to monitor and control the temperature in the freezer and fresh food compartments, as well as in the ice maker. This particular thermistor would sense the temperature of the ice maker mold or the ice bin to signal when the ice is frozen and ready to be harvested, or when the bin is full. It likely became dislodged from its proper mounting position and got caught in the ice maker's auger mechanism. The finder's father noticed his sump pump had stopped working. When they went to clean it, they found a mostly clear gelatinous substance at the bottom and all inside the pump. It is extremely good at holding water and dries into small crystals when squeezed. What is this mysterious gel? This gelatinous substance is almost certainly the absorbent gel from the inside of a disposable diaper. The core of modern diapers contains a superabsorbent polymer, SAP, typically sodium polyacrylate, which can absorb hundreds of times its own weight in liquid, turning into a clear gel. If a diaper was accidentally dropped into the sump pit, or if there was a sewage backup involving a flushed diaper, the outer layers could have disintegrated, releasing this superabsorbent gel. The gel would quickly soak up the water in the pit and expand, clogging the sump pump's intake and causing it to fail. This rectangular thing is above a bathroom sink. It does not seem to be magnetic and measures 3.5 cm by 11.5 cm. If it's angled on the top, what is it for? If this rectangular strip, mounted to the wall, has an angled top edge, typically a 45-degree bevel, it is identified as a French cleat. A French cleat is a very strong and simple way to hang heavy items like large mirrors, heavy picture frames, or wall cabinets. The system uses two interlocking beveled strips. One is attached to the wall, like the one seen, and the other is attached to the back of the item to be hung. The item is then simply lifted and lowered onto the wall cleat, with the two beveled edges interlocking securely under gravity. It provides a very stable and hidden mounting system. This old bottle cap-like object has some weight to it and a gold color underneath the rust. It was found in the dirt at an abandoned school in western PA, built in 1839 and closed in 2005. It doesn't match any known milk or bottle caps. What could it be? This object looks like the bottom foot or glide from a school chair leg, specifically a self-leveling foot. School furniture, designed to be durable and functional, often had metal legs capped with these types of feet. The cap part would fit over the bottom of the tubular chair leg, and the slightly domed or swiveling base would help the chair sit flat on uneven floors and protect the floor surface from being scratched. The gold color could be from a brass component in the swivel mechanism. Its discovery at an old school is a perfect contextual clue. This metal ring is made out of 8 thin interconnected rings. The finder asks what it's called and if it's possible to reassemble after it has come apart. This is called a rolling ring or a puzzle ring. It's a type of finger ring that consists of multiple interconnected, often identical, bands that are designed to fold together to form a single, unified ring. It is indeed possible to reassemble it, but it's a puzzle. There is a specific sequence in which the bands must be layered and folded over each other to get them to fit together correctly. It can be quite tricky, but there are many videos and diagrams online that show how to solve different types of puzzle rings. When assembled, you can often roll it onto your finger. Found mounted on the wall in an older UK building, this vintage unit has a beige fabric front, a red indicator light, and a large rotary dial. A blue Silevent badge is on the corner. The finder is unsure if it's a fan, a heater, or both. What is this 1960s-70s appliance? This Silevent unit is an electric heater, specifically a fan-forced heater. The rotary dial would control the temperature or fan speed, the grill would be where the hot air is blown out, and the red light would indicate when the heating element was on. Silevent was a brand known for ventilation and heating products in the UK. The important warning from the commenter is that appliances of this age, 1960s-70s, often used asbestos as a heat-insulating material inside. Therefore, it should be handled with extreme caution and not disturbed or disassembled, as asbestos fibers are a serious health hazard. This soft metal hook, with a 3.5-inch center-to-center measurement, comes from a box of them found in Arizona, USA. What are these simple paired hooks used for? These look like the hooks used to hang signs and displays from the T-bar grid of a suspended or drop ceiling, commonly found in retail shops, grocery stores, and offices. The system typically uses two parts. One clip attaches to the T-bar of the ceiling grid, and another clip holds the sign. These two parts are connected by a wire or string. These specific hooks could be part of that system, or a simpler one-piece design that twists onto the ceiling grid and then provides a hook for hanging lightweight signage, decorations, or mobiles. This metallic piece is tied to the beams of a 40-year-old house in South America. It is around 20 cm long and 5 cm wide. What is this sturdy beam-mounted fixture for? This looks like the hanging hardware for a pulley, but with the pulley wheel itself missing. This sturdy metal bracket would be securely bolted to a ceiling beam or joist. A pulley wheel would have been mounted on the axle pin between the two side plates of the bracket. A rope would then be run over this pulley. This setup could have been used for various purposes, such as hoisting heavy items for storage in an attic or loft, lifting goods in a workshop, or as part of a system for hanging a clothesline, a lamp, or even a child's swing. This glass, plastic, and possibly leather or rubber base, about 7 inches long and lightweight, was found in a graveyard in South Jersey, near the city center. What could it be? Despite its unusual discovery location, this object is identified as looking like the handle of a vegetable peeler, but with the metal blade missing. Many modern vegetable peelers have ergonomically designed handles made of plastic with rubber or leather-like grips for comfort. The metal peeling blade is often a separate component that is inserted into the head of the handle. It's possible for this blade to break off or be removed, leaving only the handle. How it ended up in a graveyard is a complete mystery, but its form is that of a common kitchen tool. This all-brass capped tube, 120 mm by 54 mm, has swing-out arms in each cap insert. The finder thought it might be a military storage tube for a fuse, but the swing-out arms are stumping them. What is it? This looks like a high-amperage renewable fuse. Renewable fuses are an older type of fuse, where the fuse element, the thin piece of metal that melts and breaks the circuit during an overcurrent event, can be replaced, allowing the main body of the fuse to be reused. The brass tube is the main housing. The swing-out arms on the end caps would be the blade contacts that plug into the fuse holder. Inside the tube would have been a replaceable fuse link. The all-brass construction might be for high current capacity and heat dissipation, though the commenter notes this is somewhat unusual. This is a large, heavy metal machine, about 3x3 feet, with a wheel that raises and lowers plates by an inch. It has temperature and timer controls, plugs into 110V, and has a warning label that it gets hot. A hand-scratched plate says, "Type No 2525. What is this machine? This machine is identified as a dry tack 2525 heat press. A heat press is a machine used to imprint a design or graphic onto a substrate, like a t-shirt, using heat and pressure for a preset period of time. This particular model is likely a dry mount press, used in picture framing and graphic arts for permanently bonding artwork, photos, or laminates to a substrate, like foam board, using heat-activated adhesive tissue. The wheel would control the pressure, and the temperature and timer controls allow for precise application settings required for different materials. This wooden item, about 13 inches long, was found among antique kitchen items. One end is circular, and the other has what looks like a signature or number. What is this traditional kitchen utensil? This wooden stick looks like a spurtle. A spurtle is a traditional Scottish kitchen tool, dating back to the 15th century, that is used for stirring porridge, oatmeal, soups, and stews. Its rod-like shape is designed to prevent lumps from forming while stirring, which can happen with the broader surface of a spoon. The slightly shaped top end, sometimes with a thistle or other design, serves as a handle. The signature suggests it might be a handcrafted piece. They are still popular today among porridge enthusiasts. These black plastic clips, marked F126841, are about 3/8 2 inches. They were found as a pack of 4. What are they for? These black plastic clips are the handles and locks used in the packaging for large, heavy electronic items, most commonly flat-screen TVs. When you buy a new TV, the large cardboard box is often held together by several of these plastic clips inserted into slots in the cardboard. They serve two purposes. They securely lock the top part of the box to the bottom part, and they also function as handles, making it easier to lift and carry the large, awkward box. After unpacking the TV, these are often discarded. This Victorian, egg-shaped bivalve, two-part hinged thingy looks like it has a bologna or mother of pearl on a bronze body with a ceramic base. Inside is a curious structure. A small, nail-sized hole is in the top. Guesses like ring holder seem wrong. What is this ornate object? This is identified as an antique mother-of-pearl perfume casket, specifically one designed with double perfume bottle holders. The egg-shaped container, often made with ornate materials like bronze and inlaid mother-of-pearl, would open up to reveal a fitted interior. The curious structure in the middle is the holder, designed to securely cradle two tiny glass perfume or scent bottles. The small hole at the top might have been for a chain or a small finial. These were exquisite and luxurious personal items for a lady's vanity or dressing table in the Victorian era. Found on an old property in Vermont, these lightweight, black-gray extruded items are around 8 inches long and 1 inch in diameter. They make marks on paper towels when rubbed. The finder wonders if they might be old electric fence insulators. What are these numerous rods? These objects are old battery cores made from carbon. In older dry cell batteries, particularly large ones like those used for farm radios, railroad signals, or early telephone systems, the central positive electrode was a solid rod of carbon. After the zinc casing of the battery corroded away over many years of being discarded in the ground, this much more inert and durable carbon rod would be all that remained. Their size, shape, and the fact they make a black mark, like graphite, another form of carbon, are all consistent with this identification. Found in a school shop classroom, this has a black frame with a cage-like grate and two window door parts. The yellow frame part has glass and is marked with the company name Toolmark Co. What is this piece of safety equipment? From the gray material stuck to it and its shape, this is assumed to be the safety guarding from a pug mill used for clay in a ceramics class. A pug mill is a machine that mixes and extrudes clay to remove air bubbles and make it consistent. It has a powerful auger inside, which is extremely dangerous. This guard, made by Toolmark, a company that makes safety equipment for schools, would be placed over the hopper to prevent students from reaching into the machine. The commenter tragically recalls a student at another school losing an arm in a similar machine, highlighting the critical importance of such guards. This copper material, a little smaller than a penny, was found in Lincolnton, NC, US. It has no other obvious markings. What is this small electrical component? This is part of a reusable or renewable fuse, a type that is now considered obsolete and often illegal in modern electrical codes. In these old fuses, when the fusible link inside blew due to an overcurrent, the user could unscrew the end cap, remove the blown link, and install a new, inexpensive fuse link, allowing the main fuse body to be reused. This small copper disc is likely one of the contact points or a component from inside such a fuse. They were common in industrial settings and older residential fuse boxes, but were phased out due to safety concerns. This copper thing was found inside a work car. It's nearly the size of a piece of ammunition, but the finder is pretty sure it's not. What is this small, precisely made copper and plastic component? This small copper object looks like a water stop valve, specifically the type used in the supply line for a washing machine or a similar appliance. These small valves, often made of brass or copper, are installed between the main plumbing pipe and the flexible hose that connects to the appliance. They contain an internal mechanism, often a small ball valve or a spring-loaded check valve, designed to shut off the water flow automatically in case of a sudden pressure drop, which would happen if the hose bursts. This helps to prevent major flooding. This metal cooking device has silicone knobs on it. It's been in a box in the kitchen for a while, its purpose unknown. What is this specialized piece of bakeware? This is the Debbie Meyer Cupcake Genius Pan. It's a non-stick baking pan designed for making cupcakes or muffins that are filled while they are baking. The pan has posts in the center of each cup. You place a standard cupcake liner around the post, fill it with batter, and then place a second, smaller liner, or a well, over the post on top of the batter. The silicone knobs are the handles for this insert. As the cupcake bakes, it rises up around this well. After baking, you remove the insert, leaving a perfect cavity in the center of the cupcake, ready to be filled with frosting, fruit, or any other filling. Found at a thrift store, this item is some sort of jar with iron wrought Mickey Mouse heads on it. Research has turned up nothing about it. What is this Disney-themed decorative item? This jar with wrought iron Mickey Mouse heads is a tea light candle holder. The glass jar or container would hold a small, standard tea light candle. The decorative wrought iron framework, featuring the iconic Mickey Mouse head silhouette, serves as a stylish and themed holder for the glass. When the candle is lit, it would create a pleasant ambience, with the light shining through the glass and casting shadows from the Mickey Mouse shapes. It's a piece of Disney-themed home decor, likely sold in Disney parks or stores at some point. Found in a jewelry kit, these are needle-like items with an eye thing at the end. They are about 1.2 inches long and come in various sizes and metals. What are these fundamental jewelry-making components? These are called head pins, a basic and essential component in jewelry making. They are thin pieces of wire with a preformed head or stopper at one end, which can be a flat circle, a small ball, or a decorative shape. You thread beads onto the pin. The head at the bottom prevents the beads from sliding off. Once the beads are on, you use jewelry pliers to bend the wire at the top and create a small loop, or to wrap the wire decoratively. This finished beaded component can then be attached to ear wires, chains, or other findings to create earrings, pendants, or charms. This is a small, pear-shaped gold metal piece, about 1 centimeters tall. The finder has been told the Japanese characters on it mean, "Fortune has changed for the better," and "victory." What is this small charm representing? This small figurine is in the shape of a gunbai, which is a type of Japanese war fan, historically used by samurai commanders to communicate signals on the battlefield. The text on it, shun, translates loosely to luck at winning or victory fortune. This tiny gunbai is an omamori, which is a Japanese amulet or charm sold at Shinto shrines and Buddhist temples, meant to provide good luck or protection. It likely came from a larger doll, a figurine, or was packaged with an omikuji, the paper fortune, at a shrine, serving as a small, tangible symbol of the wish for victory and good fortune. This unusual rigid object, about 5 inches long, was found washed up on a beach in Cornwall. The surround is a discolored white plastic, and the inner part is a rusted cylindrical metal rod. It has no moving parts. What is this piece of deteriorated cutlery? This is what's left of a knife or other utensil with a faux bone handle. In the mid-20th century, many inexpensive kitchen knives, forks, and spoons were made with handles of a hard, white plastic, designed to imitate the look of traditional bone or ivory handles. The metal part of the utensil, called the tang, extends into this handle. Over many years of being tumbled in the sea, the blade has completely rusted and broken away, and the plastic handle has been worn down and discolored, exposing the rusted cylindrical tang that once held the blade in place. Found on a curb with other vintage antique items, this is an etched silver-like cup, about 2.25 inches tall and wide. The etching of a rabbit bunny seems hand-done, and there are no maker's marks. What is this small, decorative cup? This small, ornate cup is likely a traditional baby's first cup. Giving a silver or silver-plated cup as a gift to a newborn or for a christening is a long-standing tradition in many Western cultures. These cups serve as a cherished keepsake or heirloom. The commenter shares a picture of their mother's first cup from 1913, given by Grandmother Tower, highlighting the sentimental value of such items. The bunny etching would be a fitting and charming decoration for a child's cup. Found while packing, this small plastic stand rotates and has a ramp-type thing that elevates when it rotates. There's a small nail or screw stored on the back. The owners have moved with it 3 times, determined to figure out its purpose. What is it for? Thank you, everyone. After trying to attach it to the PS5 incorrectly before, the owners have solved their long-standing mystery. This rotating plastic stand is the official stand that comes with the Sony PlayStation 5 console. It is required to position the console safely, especially in the horizontal orientation. The ramp thing and rotation are part of how it attaches and supports the console's curved body. The screw stored in the base is used to securely attach the stand to the console when it is placed in the vertical orientation. Found in an entertainment center, this white plastic object has a unique shape, no threading, and is not heavy. What could this be a part of? This white plastic piece is possibly a cap to a humidifier. Many humidifiers have a removable water tank that needs to be filled. The cap that seals the filling hole on this tank often has a unique, non-threaded design with a spring-loaded valve or a specific locking mechanism. It could have been stored in the entertainment center during a season when the humidifier was not in use and then become separated from the main unit. Its unique shape is likely specific to the make and model of the humidifier it belongs to. This metal tool, 160 mm by 70 mm, was found in a yard sale toolbox. What is this unusually shaped, specialized tool for? This is a violin sound post setter. The sound post is a small, unglued dowel of wood that is wedged inside a violin, or viola or cello, between the top and back plates located just behind the bridge. Its precise position is critical for the instrument's tone and structural integrity. This specialized tool, with its unique curves and sharp or serrated end, is used by a luthier, a stringed instrument maker or repairer, to insert, move, and precisely position the sound post through the F-holes of the violin. It's an essential tool for stringed instrument setup and adjustment. Found in a warehouse near a conveyor, this metal object, possibly stainless steel, has a good weight to it. The tip is not dangerously sharp. What is this specific cleaning tool? While its presence in a warehouse is a mystery, this tool looks exactly like the cleaning tool that comes with the KitchenAid pasta extruder attachment for their stand mixers. The pasta extruder forces dough through different dies to create various pasta shapes like macaroni or fusilli. After use, small bits of dough get stuck inside the extruder and the dies. This tool, with its pointed tip and tapered end, is perfectly shaped to poke out and clean these residual dough pieces from the small holes and crevices of the attachment, ensuring it stays hygienic and functional. This thin metal rod is bent into a triangle at one end and a hook at the other. It is also bent at an angle of about 30 degrees. What is this specialized laboratory tool? This tool is a plate spreader, a simple but essential piece of equipment in microbiology labs. It is used for evenly distributing a small volume of liquid, such as a bacterial culture, across the surface of an agar medium in a petri dish. This technique, known as plating, is often done to create a bacterial lawn for antibiotic sensitivity testing or to quantify the number of bacteria in a sample. Before each use, the spreader is sterilized, typically by dipping it in alcohol and then briefly passing it through a flame. The smooth, bent shape allows it to glide gently over the agar surface without tearing it. This wooden box is bolted into the corner of the living room in an old apartment building in Montreal. When opened, there was nothing inside. What could its purpose be? This wooden box is most likely a decorative radiator cover. In older buildings with hot water or steam heating systems, the cast iron radiators, while functional, were often considered unsightly. To improve the aesthetics of a room, these custom-built wooden covers or enclosures were placed over the radiators. They often had a grill on the front and top to allow the heated air to circulate into the room while concealing the radiator itself. The top surface also provided a usable shelf. Its bolted-in-the corner placement is typical for a radiator located there. This is a thin but wide, flat metal ring with slots and a hole in the center. It's not a continuous ring, but has a cut from the outside edge to the inside edge. What is this high-tech component? This looks like a coil or disc from a bitter magnet, a type of powerful electromagnet used to produce extremely strong, continuous magnetic fields. These are used in scientific research facilities, like the National High Magnetic Field Laboratory in Florida. A bitter magnet is constructed from a stack of these conductive metal discs, the Florida bitter design, and insulating spacers, arranged to form a helical current path. The slots and holes are cooling channels, as these magnets generate immense heat and must be cooled with large volumes of purified water. It's a component from a very powerful and specialized piece of scientific equipment. This stainless steel cookware is a medium-large pot with a cover. Inside, there is a disc with 6 openings for 6 little steel cups, a finger hole for lifting, and a center hole for a steam vent. It was passed down from a late grandfather. What is it for? This piece of cookware is an egg poacher. The main pot is used to hold a shallow layer of simmering water. The disc insert with the 6 openings sits just above the water level. You crack an egg into each of the small, non-stick steel cups. The insert is then placed in the pot, and the lid is put on. The steam from the simmering water gently cooks the eggs in the cups, resulting in perfectly poached eggs, without the need to drop them directly into water. The finger hole allows for easy removal of the hot insert. This light brown fuzzy stuff has appeared in an AC vent. It's only in one vent, and the finder only noticed it after a recent roof replacement, though that might be a coincidence. What is this fibrous material? This light brown fuzzy stuff looks like insulation that has broken loose from inside the HVAC ductwork and has been blown out of the vent. The ducts that run through attics or crawl spaces are often wrapped with or lined with fiberglass or a similar fibrous insulation material to prevent heat loss or gain. Over time, or if disturbed during other work, like a roof replacement, a piece of this insulation can tear or break loose inside the duct. The airflow from the AC or furnace will then carry these fibers to the nearest vent and blow them into the room. A random, nickel-sized plastic item labeled key was sent to the finder from Singapore. It's made of plastic with some sort of plug on the top and black plastic beneath. What is this, and why was it sent? This small plastic item looks like a USB fingerprint sensor. These are used as a biometric security device to log into a computer or secure files using your fingerprint. However, the reason it was sent to you randomly and unsolicited is that it's likely part of a brushing scam. In a brushing scam, online sellers send inexpensive items to random addresses. They then use this fake transaction to post a phony 5-star review for their own product in your name, which artificially boosts their store's ratings and sales. The item itself is real, but the transaction is fraudulent. This threaded, spike-like thing is made of aluminum, maybe. What is this common automotive accessory? This object looks like a decorative valve stem cover, a popular aftermarket accessory for car wheels. The commenter initially guesses it could be a lug nut cap, which is similar but larger. These smaller, spiked or novelty-shaped caps are designed to screw onto the tire's valve stem, replacing the plain black plastic cap that comes standard. They serve no functional purpose beyond adding a bit of custom, often aggressive, styling to a vehicle's wheels. They come in a huge variety of shapes and colors. Found while moving, this object consists of a black base and a peg. It is made of hard plastic and has no wires or electronic components. What is this common piece of computer hardware? This is the base, or stand for a computer monitor. Most desktop monitors come with a stand that the screen itself attaches to. This usually consists of a flat base for stability on the desk and a vertical arm, or peg, that connects to the back of the monitor, often via screws that pass through the holes mentioned. The commenter used to own the exact monitor this stand belongs to, confirming its identity. People often remove the original stand if they mount their monitor on an adjustable arm, and the stand can then get separated or lost. Found at an estate sale in the Northeast USA, this unknown contraption is made of brass and plastic, is around 6 inches long, and has a plunger-type mechanical action at one end and slots on top. The finder thought it might be a bank for a specific currency. What is it? Through some image searching, this well-made contraption is identified as a mouse restrainer, a piece of equipment used in a laboratory setting. These devices are used to safely and humanely immobilize a laboratory mouse or other small rodent for various procedures, such as giving an injection, taking a blood sample from the tail, or performing a measurement without causing undue stress or injury to the animal or the researcher. The clear plastic or slotted body allows for observation, and the plunger mechanism gently secures the animal in place. This plastic item, with a tortoiseshell color, appeared in a bathroom vanity drawer. What could it be? The commenter asks a leading question. Do you have a hairbrush with bristles like that? This suggests the small tortoiseshell-colored plastic item is simply a single bristle that has fallen out of a hairbrush. Many hairbrushes have plastic bristles, often with small rounded tips, that are set into a cushioned base. Over time, especially with older brushes, individual bristles can become loose and fall out. If the finder has a hairbrush with a tortoiseshell pattern, this is almost certainly the origin of the stray plastic piece. Found in a heating and pump cellar in Germany, this red object reads density 0.9. The black part says something about reading instructions and removing a transport cover. It was located in a pump spillage basin in an old house. What could it be? This could be a vent float for a waste pipe, part of an alternative plumbing vent system. Given its density of 0.9, which is less than water, so it floats, it's designed to float on liquid. A possible arrangement is that it sits in a trap, and as long as there's water, it seals a vent opening. If a vacuum is pulled on the waste pipe, gas or air could be displaced, causing the float to drop and open an air path to the vent, preventing the water traps and fixtures from being siphoned out. It's a specialized piece of plumbing hardware, and a German plumber would be needed for a definitive ID. This blue plastic object has ridges and a hole through it. It tapers in size and is about 4 inches long. What is this oddly shaped cleaning tool? The commenter has one of these and identifies it as a sliding door or window dent cleaner. This refers to the small dents or divots that can form in the aluminum tracks of sliding windows or patio doors, often caused by the wheels or impacts over time. These small dents can cause the door or window to catch or not slide smoothly. This plastic tool, likely with a hard, shaped edge, is used to get into the track and press or smooth out these small imperfections, restoring a smoother surface for the door to glide on. Found while cleaning out a mother's stuff, this odd bit of electronics is a triangle made of plastic. It has a battery inside, a CR23-2, and a clickable button. Reverse image search was unhelpful. What is this small, battery-powered electronic device? This small, triangular device with a battery and a button is a Bluetooth tracker tag, similar in function to products like Tile or Chipolo. These small tags are designed to be attached to items you frequently misplace, such as keys, a wallet, or a bag. You then use a smartphone app to make the tag ring or to see its last known location on a map. The clickable button on the tag can often be used in reverse to find your phone. Pressing it makes your phone ring, even if it's on silent. A tiny, metallic, sharp, hooked object, 10 millimeter long, punctured a bicycle tire in London, UK. The midsection is mostly black. Both ends taper to sharp points. One end is bent about 90 degrees. What could this tiny but dangerous piece of metal be? The first and most likely guess is that this is a bit of steel from a car tire. Specifically, it's likely a small piece of the steel belts or bead wire that are embedded within a car tire to provide strength and rigidity. When a car tire becomes old, damaged, or wears down completely, these steel wires can break and be shed onto the roadway. These small, sharp fragments of steel wire are a notorious cause of punctures for the much more delicate tires of bicycles. The black color would be the rubber still adhering to the metal wire. This vent is next to a toilet, but doesn't lead outside. What is this plumbing fixture? This is an air admittance valve, AAV, often known by the brand name Studor Vent. In a plumbing system, drain pipes need to be vented to the outside to prevent a vacuum from forming when water flows down, which could siphon the water out of P-traps and allow sewer gas to enter the house. In situations where running a traditional vent pipe up through the roof is difficult or impossible, an AAV can be used. It is a one-way valve that allows air to be drawn into the drain pipe to equalize the pressure when needed, but it remains closed to prevent sewer gases from escaping out of the pipe. This metal construction is about 2.5 feet tall. It consists of two identical metal frames connected by metal rods and can be disassembled. What is this simple piece of furniture? This is identified as a shoe rack, but it has been turned sideways in the picture. In its normal orientation, it would be longer and lower. These simple, stackable, or extendable shoe racks, often made of metal rods and plastic or metal side frames, are a very common and inexpensive way to organize shoes in a closet or entryway. The multiple tiers of rods provide shelving for several pairs of shoes. The fact that it can be disassembled makes it easy to pack and move. Found near a broken-down lawnmower, this rusted, heavy object is perplexing. The finder doesn't think it's unexploded ordnance, UXO. What could this heavy tank-like object be? This is identified as an old compressor tank from a refrigerator. Before modern, compact refrigeration compressors became standard, many older refrigerators from the early to mid-20th century had larger, more robust, and often externally visible compressor and tank assemblies. The tank would be part of the sealed refrigeration system, holding the refrigerant gas under pressure. These were heavy, durable steel components. It was likely salvaged from a very old, discarded refrigerator, and its presence near a lawnmower is probably just a coincidence of where old junk was piled up. This unknown metal, pen-like object was found with old office supplies. It has no moving parts. The tip is a clear plastic sleeve with a small metal rod or needle inside, which does not extend. It doesn't write or work on touchscreens. Multiple identical ones were found with drafting tools. What is it? This tool is identified as a tungsten carbide scriber. A scriber is a hand tool used in metalworking, engineering, and drafting to mark or scribe fine lines onto hard materials like metal, ceramic, or glass. The tip is made of tungsten carbide, an extremely hard material that can easily scratch a line into steel. The clear plastic sleeve is likely just a protective cover for the very sharp and somewhat brittle tip, and it would need to be removed to use the tool. It's a fundamental layout tool for any machinist or metalworker. Found in a junk drawer, this has a long tube and a black cap. The finder has never seen it before. What is this dental hygiene accessory? After some initial confusion, the finders solved their own mystery. This item is a water flosser attachment for their girlfriend's toothbrush. Some modern electric toothbrushes have systems where you can swap out the brush head for different attachments, including a water flosser tip. A small tube connects this tip to a reservoir and pump system, which directs a pulsating stream of water between the teeth and along the gum line to remove plaque and food debris as an alternative or supplement to traditional string flossing. These white, football-sized pods are mounted on poles in an I-40 construction zone where a river washed out the road. They have a solar panel on the back and thin wires sticking out of the top. They are set in pairs every 100 to 200 meters. What are they? These devices are likely solar-powered sensors used to measure movement, specifically for monitoring potential further erosion or ground instability in a critical construction zone. In an area where a road has been washed out by a river, it is vital for engineers to monitor the stability of the remaining slopes and the new construction. These sensors, possibly extensometers or tilt meters, would be set up in pairs to detect any shifting of the ground or the Jersey walls. The data would be transmitted wirelessly. The thin wires are likely antennas to a central monitoring station, providing an early warning if more erosion or a landslide is imminent. Found with some old makeup stuff from the 1940s, this is an old floral-patterned leather kit with a soft fleece pad inside. The brush is a key component. What is this grooming kit for? This is a vintage shaving kit. The brush, likely made from badger hair or boar bristles, is a shaving brush. Its purpose is to be used with shaving soap or cream to whip up a thick lather, which is then applied to the face before shaving. The lather hydrates the beard hairs and lubricates the skin. The razor mentioned in the solution would be the other main component of the kit, likely a safety razor or a straight razor, common for the 1940s era. The leather case was for storing and protecting these traditional shaving tools, especially during travel. These strange dirt cylinders, about 0.5 inches wide, are found on lawns everywhere on a college campus in the springtime. They almost look like dog feces, but are made of compacted dirt. What are they? These dirt cylinders are the result of lawn aeration, a common turf maintenance practice. The process is done with a machine called a core aerator, which has hollow tines that punch into the ground and pull out small plugs or cores of soil and thatch. These cores are then left on the surface of the lawn to break down. Aeration is done to relieve soil compaction, allowing air, water, and nutrients to penetrate deeper into the root zone, which promotes a healthier, more robust lawn. It's a very common practice on professionally maintained grounds like golf courses and college campuses. Found in an old shaving kit from the 50s, these are stamped metal, tin pieces, about 1 to 4 inches. What are these vintage identification plates? These seem to be Type B graphotype plates. A graphotype was a machine that embossed characters onto metal plates, similar to how a dog tag is made. These specific plates were used for creating address printing plates for addressograph machines, an early system for mass mailing. The commenter recalls military papers being imprinted this way. The embossed plates would be loaded into the addressograph machine, which would then imprint the address onto envelopes or documents, a precursor to modern mail merge and digital printing. They are relics of old office and military administrative technology. This iron hook-like thing, weighing approximately 200 grams, was found while digging in a yard in Ontario, Canada. What is this heavy, pear-shaped iron object? This iron object is identified as a bell clapper. The clapper is the component inside a bell that hangs down and strikes the bell's inner surface to produce the sound. It is typically made of a hard metal like iron or bronze and has a rounded or pear-shaped bottom part to provide the weight and striking surface. The hook part at the top would be where it was attached to the inside of a bell, allowing it to swing freely. Finding one in a yard suggests it may have fallen from a bell in a nearby church, school, or farm, and was then buried over time. This white plastic box is hardwired with circuitry inside. It is located in an apartment building and is identified by the commenter as something they've seen in their own building. What is this monitoring device? This white box is a room temperature sensor connected to a central boiler control system for the entire apartment building. In many centrally heated buildings, instead of having individual thermostats in every single apartment, the system uses a single sensor, or one sensor per floor, installed in a representative apartment. This sensor, which likely contains a simple thermistor, like the DS18B20 mentioned, monitors the ambient temperature of that one unit. This average temperature is then used by the central boiler control system to decide when to turn the heating on or off for the entire building or that entire floor, making it a simple, albeit not very personalized method of temperature regulation. Just bought a used 2005 Holden Barina and found this plastic cover under the passenger seat. It's about 20 cm long, and text inside identifies the material as PP plus EPDM T20. It looks like a cover that clips over something, but where does it go? This plastic trim piece is identified as a cover for the seat rails or the seat frame located behind the front seats. The seat rails, the metal tracks that the front seats slide forward and backward on, are often exposed at their rear ends. To create a more finished look and to prevent rear passengers' feet or other items from getting caught in the mechanism, car manufacturers use plastic covers like this one to hide the ends of the rails and the mounting bolts. It was likely kicked off by a rear passenger and ended up under the seat. An uncle who rode motorcycles passed away, and 2 or 3 of these locks with the Harley-Davidson logo carved into them were found among his tools. They seem to be some sort of lock, but online searches have been fruitless. What are they for? This is identified as a soft saddlebag lock, set from Harley-Davidson. Soft leather or fabric saddlebags on motorcycles often have flaps or lids that are secured with straps and buckles. To provide some measure of security, companies like Harley-Davidson offer these small, keyed locks. They are designed to pass through a grommet or loop on the saddlebag and its strap, locking them together and making it more difficult for someone to quickly open the bag and steal its contents. They are a common accessory for riders with soft luggage. This pack of 4 3-inch wooden items came in an unmarked box from a thrift store. Each has a metal piece tacked on both sides that does not move. The finder thought they might be fancy coasters. Is this correct? The finder's intuition is spot on. An eBay listing for the exact same item confirms that these are indeed coasters. The listing describes them as a HTF, hard to find, wood metal copper tone, strip square coaster set. The design is minimalist, with the solid wood providing the main body of the coaster to protect table surfaces, and the metal strip with a copper tone adding a decorative, modern accent. They are simply stylish coasters for placing drinks on, and the unmarked box is typical for many home goods, items sold through various retailers. Found in an abandoned 1860-1920 mining camp in the SW, US, this is a chain with a 4.5-inch double-ended spike on the end. The spike part swivels freely on the last chain link. It was found among old cans and bottles. What is this rugged tool? This tool is for dragging timbers, a crucial task in old mining and logging operations. To use it, a hole would be drilled through the end of a large log or timber that needed to be moved. The spike and a portion of the chain would be passed through this hole. The spike would then be turned perpendicular to the hole so that it would grab the wood when the chain was pulled by draft animals or a winch, allowing the heavy timber to be dragged into the mine or to a loading area. The swiveling action made it easy to insert and set the spike. This old iron clamp, under a foot square and made in the USA with no 0 marked on it, uses leverage to clamp down securely. It has 4 mount points, suggesting it held something heavy vertically. What was this originally used for? This is a saw filing vise. It is a specialized vise designed to firmly hold a handsaw blade while the teeth are being sharpened. The saw blade would be clamped between the long jaws of the vise, with the teeth pointing up. The vise would be mounted to a workbench, using the 4 mounting points. This holds the blade securely and at a convenient height, preventing it from vibrating while the user sharpens each tooth individually with a triangular file and adjusts the set of the teeth with a tool called a saw set. It's an essential tool for traditional woodworking hand tool maintenance. This steel 2.5-inch threaded object might be related to gas, water, or scaffolding. The commenter notes that most don't have the handle seen on this one. What is this heavy-duty cap? This looks like a protective cap for a large gas bottle, like those used for welding gases, oxygen, or other industrial compressed gases. These heavy steel caps screw onto the threaded collar around the top of the gas cylinder. Their primary and crucial purpose is to protect the delicate and high-pressure cylinder valve from being broken off if the cylinder is dropped or struck during transport or handling. A broken valve could cause the cylinder to become a dangerous, high-pressure projectile. The handle on this one is an unusual but practical feature for making it easier to screw on and off. If you love uncovering strange and mysterious objects, hit like and subscribe. Your support genuinely helps YouTube's algorithm find more curious explorers like you. Thank you for helping us grow. Stay curious. Turned into a lost and found at a symphony event, this tri-fold fabric item has hard inserts and measures about 6 x 11 inches when folded. It has no pockets and a magnetic closure. What is this accessory? This is likely a changeable outer shell or cover for a purse. Some handbag brands like Meech create a system where you have a base purse, and you can buy different magnetic outer shells or covers to change the style, color, or pattern of your bag without having to transfer all your belongings. This tri-fold item with hard inserts and magnetic closures would be one of those interchangeable covers in its flattened state for storage. It allows the owner to quickly and easily customize the look of their handbag to match different outfits or occasions. Found in a new house, a few of these small boxes are present. There's no obvious way to open them. The finder wonders if they are doorbells. What are these units? A reverse Google image search identifies this as a Heath Zenith wireless door chime receiver. In a wireless doorbell system, the button outside the door is a transmitter. When pressed, it sends a radio signal to one or more of these receiver units located inside the house. The receiver then plays a chime or melody to alert the occupants that someone is at the door. Having a few of them means the previous owners likely placed them in different parts of the house, e.g., upstairs in the basement or a workshop, to ensure the chime could be heard everywhere. In a 1960s house in England, a raised concrete slab is found in the understairs cupboard. The house originally had a back boiler and a ducted heat distribution system. The finder assumes this slab was used to raise a tank or something related to that heating system. Can it be removed? The assumption is very likely correct. In older British heating systems, a back boiler was a unit located behind a fireplace that heated water for both central heating and hot tap water. This system often involved a separate hot water storage cylinder or tank. This concrete slab or plinth was built to provide a solid, level, and fireproof base for either the hot water cylinder, a cold water feed tank, or perhaps the main boiler unit itself if it was located there. Given the presence of old water and gas lines, this confirms its role in the old heating system. Before removing it, it's critical to ensure all associated old pipes have been professionally and safely disconnected and capped off. Found in a rental house, this wooden frame has a coat of arms for Leeds, UK, on it. The long sides have gaps to hold the wooden pieces that are on top, forming a frame. An oar, 2 bamboo poles, and another wood pole were found with it. What is this adjustable frame? This wooden frame thing looks similar to a scroll frame, used for needlepoint, tapestry, or cross-stitch. The fabric to be embroidered is attached to the 2 horizontal rollers, the pieces of wood that are on top. The fabric is then scrolled or rolled onto these bars to keep it taut and clean while working on a section. The side pieces hold the rollers. The coat of arms might just be a decorative element. The other poles and oar found with it are likely unrelated, just stored in the same bag. The commenter notes, this seems like a simpler homemade version of a standard scroll frame. Weird small white and tan things are being found in a garden, with web-like, whisker-like, or stringy things poking out. They are freaking out the finder, who initially thought they might be moldy crab legs or broken pots. What are these fibrous pieces of debris? These are identified as bits of horsehair plaster. Before the advent of modern drywall, interior walls were commonly constructed using lath and plaster. Horsehair, or other animal hair, was used as a binding agent mixed into the plaster to give it strength and prevent it from cracking as it dried. When an old house is renovated, or if a plaster wall is damaged, pieces of this old plaster are removed. Finding bits like this in the garden suggests there was recent renovation work, and this debris was either discarded there or is surfacing from where it was buried years ago. The stringy things are the horsehairs. These small metallic discs, colored to match the paint, are on the ceiling of a hotel room. There's one above the bed, one in the bathroom, and one in the hall. They have small gaps on the sides, but no holes on the face. What are they? The light-colored one is likely a concealed fire sprinkler head. Modern fire sprinkler systems, especially in aesthetic-conscious settings like hotels, use these concealed heads to be less obtrusive. The visible disc is a cover plate, held in place by a temperature-sensitive solder link. In the event of a fire, the heat causes the solder to melt, the cover plate drops away, and the sprinkler head itself drops down and activates, spraying water to suppress the fire. The gaps on the sides are necessary for the heat to reach the solder link. This gray plastic rectangular thing, about 3 cm long, with square holes, was found in the finder's bed, likely brought there by a cat. What is this piece of electronic hardware? This is a multi-pin connector for electronics. While the exact name of the specific type is forgotten by the commenter, this is a general-purpose housing that would hold a number of metal pins or sockets for connecting circuit boards, wires, or different electronic modules together. You would find these inside computers, printers, appliances, or various electronic devices. The cat probably found it loose after it had fallen off a circuit board from a discarded or disassembled electronic item and was batting it around as a toy. This is a white plastic clip with a metal screw, approx. 5 inches long and 1.5 inches wide. 2 were found during a move from Georgia to Colorado. What could these clips be for? Based on a previous Reddit thread, this is identified as a part for a window fan. Window fans, especially twin fan models, often come with plastic side panels or extenders that pull out to fill the gap in the window opening. These clips, with their screws, would be part of the mechanism used to lock those extenders in place or to help secure the entire fan unit within the window frame, ensuring a snug and secure fit. This is a black and white ceramic block measuring 4.6 2 inches and labeled BC34446. What could this high-tech ceramic block be? Given its appearance, a lightweight ceramic block with a black coating on one side, this is perhaps a piece of a space shuttle heat shield tile or a replica of one. The space shuttle's thermal protection system was made of thousands of these silica-based tiles, each individually numbered. They were designed to be extremely lightweight and to have very low thermal conductivity, protecting the orbiter's aluminum skin from the intense heat of atmospheric re-entry. The black coating was for re-radiation of heat. While real tiles are highly controlled items, replicas and test pieces are sometimes available to the public. This 1-inch pewter button, filed under early 1800s, early 1900s, was found in a Canadian military museum's collection. The staff can't agree if the marking says J5, GF, or Gs. It seems to have been clipped intentionally. What is its origin? This is identified as a 15th Regiment of Foot button. The 15th Regiment of Foot, later known as the 15th Yorkshire East Riding Regiment of Foot, was a British Army infantry regiment. Significantly, this regiment served in Canada during the 7 Years' War, 1756–1763, which predates the museum's initial dating. The J5 is likely a misinterpretation of 15, with the 1 resembling a J and the 5 being stylized. Buttons from this period were a key part of military uniforms and are important for identifying military archaeological sites. A metal cylinder with 8 equally spaced channels cut into its sides fell out of a piece of square tube stock after it was cut. It's non-magnetic but ferrous, about 1 inch in diameter, with a 3.16-inch center hole. What is this specialized industrial component? This is a hollow, grooved ferrite core used in a device called an impeder during the high-frequency induction welding of tube stock. When manufacturing steel tubes, the flat strip is formed into a circle and the edges are welded together. The impeder, containing this ferrite core, is placed inside the tube at the welding point. The ferrite core concentrates the magnetic field from the induction coil on the edges of the tube, making the heating more efficient and localized. The grooves or channels are for the passage of coolant to prevent the ferrite core from overheating and losing its magnetic properties. This plastic item, about 4 inches long and very light, seems to clip onto something. The finder has had it in a junk drawer for a decade and thinks it's related to a Jeep their ex-husband had. What is it really? Despite the Jeep theory, this is pretty definitively identified as a pet turbo roller holder for a Hoover vacuum cleaner. Many vacuums come with a smaller air-powered turbo brush attachment, which is great for removing pet hair from upholstery. This plastic clip is an accessory holder that snaps onto the main wand or handle of the vacuum cleaner. It provides a convenient onboard storage spot for the pet turbo roller attachment, so it's always handy when you need it. The fourth picture in the referenced link shows the exact part. This small gray plastic object is circular, about the size of a dime, with a knob-like part. It looks like it twists 1/2 of a turn. The inside is black with 2 things sticking straight up with white tips. It was found on the floor of a shed or a workshop. What is it? This is the twist-off cap for a 2-tube or dual cartridge epoxy syringe. 2-part epoxies consist of a resin and a hardener that are kept separate until use. They are often dispensed from a dual syringe that pushes both components out at the same time. This cap is used to seal the 2 nozzles of the syringe after use. The 2 things sticking straight up inside the cap would plug the 2 nozzle openings to prevent the epoxy from curing and clogging the syringe. The half-turn twist is how it locks onto the syringe. Found while sorting through drawers, this heavy object is about 1.5 inches in diameter and has the same pattern on both sides. What is this vintage, decorative, and functional piece? This is the pendulum bob from an antique American-made black mantel clock. Mantel clocks, very popular in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, often had a decorative case, frequently made of wood painted black or slate, and an internal pendulum to regulate the timekeeping. The pendulum bob is the weight at the bottom of the pendulum rod. Its weight and position on the rod determine the period of the swing. These bobs were often cast from a zinc alloy or brass and featured ornate, decorative patterns with the same design on both the front and back. Found on the side of the road, this specialty socket has a 1 to 4 inch drive inside that has a bell on the end like a quick connect air fitting. The back end is a maybe 3/8 inch quick connect. There are holes on the sides. What is this complex tool bit? This is a quick connect arbor for a hole saw. A hole saw is a large, cylindrical saw blade used for cutting large holes in wood or other materials. This arbor is the part that connects the hole saw to the drill. The 1 to 4 inch bit in the center is the pilot drill, which centers the hole. The outer hex part of the arbor holds the hole saw itself. This quick connect style allows the user to swap out different sizes of hole saws quickly without needing to fully unthread them from a standard arbor, making it more efficient for jobs requiring multiple hole sizes. About 3 feet long and 1 foot wide, this is made of tent-like material and has a plush, padded bottom and a netted pouch on the top. There are no brand logos. What is this piece of outdoor gear? This item reminds the commenter of a dog sleeping bag, and that is a very likely identification. Just like humans, dogs can get cold when camping or in chilly environments. Dog sleeping bags are designed to provide a warm and comfortable insulated space for a dog to sleep in. The tent-like material on the outside would be for durability and water resistance, while the plush padded bottom provides comfort and insulation from the cold ground. The netted pouch might be for storing a small toy or a water bottle. Found while digging post holes, this object is lighter than a rock of similar size. It flakes off pieces and can be snapped in half by hand, suggesting it's organic and partially decayed. What is it? This is identified as part of the root system of a tree that was cut down years ago. After a tree is removed, its extensive root system remains in the ground. Over many years, these roots slowly decay. In this partially decayed state, the wood becomes brittle, lightweight, and can be easily broken or snapped by hand, flaking off in pieces as described. It's a very common thing to encounter when digging in a yard where trees once stood, and it is simply the natural process of decomposition at work. Found while shoveling out a bar ditch, this object looks like plastic but is very light. It appears to have been broken off from something on the end, opposite the donut shape. What is this common, but often unrecognized component? This is the central carbon electrode from a standard zinc-carbon dry cell battery, like an old D-cell, C-cell, or 9-volt. In these batteries, the positive electrode is a solid rod of carbon that runs down the middle of the battery cell. After the outer metal casing of a discarded battery corrodes and falls apart over many years, this much more chemically inert and durable carbon rod is often all that remains. The donut end might be a washer or part of the top contact assembly. This small silver cylinder object was found on a busy roadway. Its proximity to a hospital medical building raised concerns that it could be hazardous. What is this automotive electrical component? This is the electromagnetic operator, or plunger, from a starter solenoid. A starter solenoid is an electromagnet that does two things when you turn the key to start your car. It closes a high-current circuit to power the starter motor, and it physically pushes the starter gear forward to engage with the engine's flywheel. The silver cylinder is the plunger that is moved by the magnetic field, and it's what does the pushing. It could have fallen out of a failed starter motor that was being transported or had broken apart. It is not a medical or hazardous waste item. Found in a river and covered in rust, this heavy metal object is a puzzle. Even after some cleaning, nothing could be found to identify it. What is this piece of old workshop machinery? This looks like what's left of a hand-cranked bench grinder. Before electric bench grinders were common, workshops used these manual versions. They would typically have a cast iron body that clamped to a workbench. A large hand crank would turn a set of gears that spun a grinding wheel at high speed. This found object is the main body and gearbox of such a grinder, but it's missing the clamp, the grinding wheel itself, and the hand crank handle. Its heavy cast iron construction would allow it to survive in a river, albeit in a very rusted state. This cast iron press of some sort has a press diameter roughly the size of a quarter. What is this small, heavy-duty workshop tool? This is definitely a 1-inch round ram arbor press. An arbor press is a simple, manually operated press used in a workshop for tasks that require more force than can be applied by a hammer, but less than a hydraulic press. They are used for pressing bearings in or out, staking, riveting, or assembling small parts. The commenter notes that round rams, the part that presses down, are less common than square ones. The acrylic ball on the lever suggests a date from the 1930s or 40s, and it may have been used in a serial assembly process, perhaps even for the war effort. This black plastic thing was found on the basement floor near a residential water chlorination system setup. A piece of the 2-inch long object is chipped off. It has round detunts, a smooth reverse, and a deliberate cut along the top third. It looks like it may be an armature of some kind. What is it? This piece of black plastic looks to be the trigger arm, or paddle, from a plastic mousetrap. On many modern, simple plastic mousetraps, this is the part where the bait, like peanut butter, is placed. When a mouse steps on this paddle or disturbs the bait, it releases a spring-loaded snap bar that quickly dispatches the rodent. These small plastic parts can easily break, or the entire trap could have been deployed and then broken or forgotten near the chlorination system in the basement, a common area for pest control. These heavy metal things were found in the cars, as in automobiles, in front of a local music school. An attempt to lift one revealed it was very heavy, around 25 kilos or 55 pounds. What are these purpose-built weights for? These are identified as weights used in the testing and certification of elevators. When a new elevator is installed or an existing one is serviced, it must be tested to ensure it can safely lift its rated load and that its braking systems work correctly under full load conditions. To do this, technicians load the elevator car with a specific amount of certified test weights, like these 25 kilodosser blocks, to simulate the weight of passengers. Their uniform size and weight make it easy to calculate the total load. Why they were in cars outside a music school is the real mystery. Found in a toilet tank, this small white plastic thing is about an inch across. In the picture, it appears to be upside down. What part of the toilet mechanism is this? This is simply the top cap of the toilet's fill valve. The fill valve is the tall assembly in the toilet tank that controls the refilling of the tank and bowl after a flush. This plastic cap sits on the very top of the fill valve assembly. It often snaps or twists into place and can sometimes become dislodged during cleaning or if the water pressure is erratic, causing it to float around in the tank. It usually contains some internal parts related to the shutoff mechanism, but can be easily put back in place. This flat doll, made of dried grass or a similar material, was given to the finder by a family member who has since passed away. They were told it used to be theirs as a kid. The finder is hesitant to remove it from its plastic wrap as it seems fragile. What is this cultural artifact? This is identified as a Dewi Shri doll, likely made from palm leaf. Dewi Shri is the Javanese, Sundanese, and Balinese goddess of rice and fertility, a very important figure in the agricultural traditions of Indonesia. Effigies and dolls representing her are often made from natural materials like woven palm leaves or rice stalks. They are used in rituals and kept in homes or rice paddies as a symbol of prosperity, good harvest, and abundance. It's a beautiful piece of Indonesian folk art and spirituality. This metal piece sits inside on the bottom and runs the full length of a window frame. The finder lost this piece after their window was removed and then placed back. They need to know what it's called to get a replacement. What is this essential window component? The finder needs to search for window track replacement, or a similar term. This metal piece is the bottom track or channel in which the window sash, the part that moves, slides. It guides the window as it opens and closes and often incorporates features for weather stripping and drainage to prevent water from entering. On sliding windows, the wheels or glides in the bottom of the sash run in this track. Losing it, or having it damaged, would make the window inoperable or cause it to seal improperly. The exact replacement will depend on the make and model of the window. This antique, ornate, solid brass stand has a horseshoe-shaped base and is 6.25 inches tall. Its age is unknown. What is this fireplace accessory? This is a log support for a fireplace, more commonly known as an andiron or fire dog. Andirons are typically used in pairs. They are placed inside a fireplace to hold logs up off the hearth floor. This allows air to circulate underneath the logs, which promotes a better and more efficient burn. The decorative front part, the brass stand, sits in front of the fire, while the horizontal bars, which would have been inserted into the holes at the bottom, extend back into the fireplace to support the wood. They are both a functional and highly decorative element of a traditional fireplace. This wooden pole, approximately 4 feet long, has a bent steel wire end. It has been in the finder's attic for 20 years, stored at the peak of the roof in 2 steel eye hooks. No obvious uses for it in the attic come to mind. What is this simple, long-handled tool? This is identified as a mop handle, specifically for a type of mop head that is secured by a clamping mechanism made of bent steel wire. The wooden broomstick is the handle. The bent steel wire contraption at the end would have a lever or a tightening screw that clamps down on a cloth or string mop head, holding it securely for use. This style of mop handle was very common before modern plastic mops with proprietary screw-on or clip-on heads became the standard. Its storage in the attic eye hooks was likely just a convenient place to hang it out of the way. This handle has an embedded thread which can close a hole, as if to be secured on a round post. It also has a slotted metal piece which can be pulled in with a knurled nut, and the front piece has a slot, as if a wire should go through. The finder in Europe Wonders if it's for twisting wires. What is this tool? This is a handle for a wire saw. A wire saw, sometimes called a commando saw or survival saw, is a flexible wire or cable with abrasive teeth used for cutting wood or other materials. It typically has a handle or a ring at each end. This specific object is one of those handles. The wire saw itself would be passed through the slot at the front, and the knurled nut would be tightened to clamp it securely in place. The thread for securing it to a post might be for creating a more stable bucksaw-like frame, but it's primarily a handheld tool. Found next to a park in Cambridge, UK, this is a metal sphere with 4K stamped on it, which obviously refers to its weight. A banana is used for scale. The first thought was a cannonball, but research suggests that's unlikely. What is this heavy 4 kilos metal ball? The serious guess, and the correct one, is that this is a shot put. A shot put is the heavy metal ball used in the track and field athletic event of the same name. The 4 kilogram, approximately 8.8 lbs weight is a standard size for women's and junior men's shot put competitions. Its discovery near a park or an athletics track and field area is a strong clue, as it's a place where someone might practice the sport. It could have been lost or simply left behind after a training session. This kit of plastic items with adhesives was found inside a work briefcase. It includes 2 long pieces, 6 small pieces, and 1 card with 9 adhesive squares. They seem to be for mending or attaching something. What are they for? These are stick-on holders for a laptop privacy screen protector. Some privacy screens are not fully adhesive, but are instead designed to be slid in and out of place as needed. This kit provides the mounting hardware. The user would stick the small plastic guide tabs around the bezel of their laptop screen. These tabs create small channels into which the rigid privacy screen protector can be easily slid and held in place in front of the display. This allows the user to remove the privacy screen when it's not needed, for example, when they want to share their screen with a colleague. If you love uncovering strange and mysterious objects, hit like and subscribe. Your support genuinely helps YouTube's algorithm find more curious explorers like you. Thank you for helping us grow. Stay curious. Found in a forest in Saskatchewan, this fluffy white thing is about 5 inches wide and has stiff hair. The finder kicked it, confirming its texture. The theories are that a deer lost its tail, or it's a weird kind of fungus. What is this? This looks like a hunk of deer hair attached to a bit of hide. This is a common sight in areas with a healthy deer population and predators like coyotes or wolves. After a predator makes a kill, they will often consume most of the deer, but scraps of the hide with the hair still attached are frequently left behind. Deer hair is hollow and brittle, which gives it the stiff feel described. The white color is typical for the underside of a deer's tail, or the hair on its belly and rump. Made of plastic, this object looks like it's press-fitted together after the fact. The finder has no idea what it's for. What is this kitchen or bathroom accessory? This plastic, press-fitted item is a holder for a scrubby cleaning sponge. These are common kitchen sink accessories. They often have a suction cup on the back to stick to the inside of the sink or the tiled wall above it. The holder provides a dedicated place to store a wet sponge or scrubby, allowing it to air dry between uses, which helps to keep it from getting smelly and mildewed. Its simple plastic construction is typical for such an inexpensive and practical sink organizer. These small, ridged metal pieces with black plastic caps were found in a home. What are these small repair components? These are replacement heel pieces, also known as heel tips or dowel lifts, for women's high-heeled shoes. The very bottom of a high heel is a small, replaceable plastic tip that is attached to a metal pin. This tip is the part that makes contact with the ground, and it wears down over time. These are the spare parts that a cobbler, or someone doing a DIY repair, would use to replace a worn-out heel tip. The ridged metal pin is driven into the heel, and the black plastic cap provides the durable walking surface. This is a long, gray, rigid metal track with a hook on the end and a spring inside. It's approximately 30 inches long and 0.5 inches square. What is this window hardware? This is a spring assembly from a house window, specifically a type of window balance used in single-hung or double-hung windows. Window balances are mechanisms that use springs to counteract the weight of the window sash, making it easy to open and close, and allowing it to stay in any open position without falling shut. This specific type, often called a channel balance or a block and tackle balance, consists of a metal channel, the track, containing a system of springs and pulleys, with a hook at the end to attach to the window sash. This lightweight metal tool has a bent end and a hard plastic handle. A metal washer is held onto the bottom of the handle by a Phillips head screw. It was found near some trees in a yard. What is this outdoor tool? The commenter has the exact same tool and identifies it as a combination cover remover and wood poker that comes with a metal fire pit. The bent hook at the end is used to safely lift the hot metal mesh cover or spark screen off the fire pit without burning your hands. It can also be used as a simple poker to adjust the logs in the fire. Its lightweight construction is typical for an accessory included with a consumer fire pit. This black Chevy-made multi-tool was found in a late grandfather's golf bag. It appears to have a knife and a file attachment, but its main shape, with 2 points at the end, is a mystery. Why would Chevy make it? This is a golf tool, but it's not a divot tool for repairing fairway turf, but rather a ball mark repairer. When a golf ball lands on the soft putting green, it often leaves a small indentation called a ball mark. This tool, with its 2 prongs, is used to carefully repair this mark by pushing the surrounding turf back towards the center, which helps the green to heal quickly. The knife and file are just extra features. Automakers like Chevrolet often give away branded items like this as promotional gifts or at sponsored golf tournaments. This leather accessory, about 20 centimeters long with a keyring and button, was a free item included with an order from Saddleback Leather Co. It's unrelated to the item ordered and isn't on the company's website. What is its intended use? The company itself provided the correct answer. This leather doohickey is a cigar pipe AirTag holder. It's a discontinued item, which is why it's not on their website. The clever design has a loop or rest for holding a cigar or a smoking pipe. The buttoned compartment is designed to discreetly hold an Apple AirTag, allowing the owner to track the location of this accessory, and presumably whatever valuable smoking implement is with it. It's a very niche and stylish accessory for the tech-savvy cigar or pipe aficionado. These metal plate thingies were found in a drawer next to a Thermador range, Chach oven. What are these kitchen appliance accessories for? These are identified as spill trays for something on the range or oven. Their purpose is to collect grease runoff, drips, or spills from cooking. Based on the description that one edge sticks out to be slid between surfaces, these might be spill trays that fit under the stovetop burners, or perhaps they are designed to slide onto a rack in the oven, under a rotisserie or a roasting pan to catch drippings. They are designed to make cleanup easier by catching messes that would otherwise bake onto the oven or stovetop surfaces. Ordered a pin gauge set, but received this instead. It's a magnetic metal object, 5.25 inches long, that comes apart and has flattened sides. What is this piece of hardware? This object looks like a weld-on hinge. These are heavy-duty hinges designed for applications like heavy gates, doors, or custom equipment. They come in 2 parts that interlock with a pin. Instead of being attached with screws, each half of the hinge is designed to be welded directly onto the metal gate and the metal post, creating a very strong and durable pivot point. The flattened sides would provide a good surface for the welding. This black screw-in valve-like thing was found floating in the water inside a camelback hydration bladder. It doesn't seem to attach to anything on the camelback, so how it got there is a mystery. What is it? The key question is, where did you fill up your camelback? This is identified as the end of an aeration tap, also known as a tap aerator. A tap aerator is the small, often mesh-covered piece that screws onto the very end of most modern kitchen and bathroom faucets. It introduces air into the water stream, which softens the flow, reduces splashing, and saves water. It's possible that the aerator on the faucet used to fill the camelback, was loose and simply fell off and into the water bladder during the filling process. The finder's boss wants to know what she found in her log cabin living room. It came in a box of 4, is a bumpy cylinder roller, 2.5 inches long, and looks like it snaps into place. The axles are fixed so both sides rotate in tandem. What are these? What you've got there appears to be a detachable massage roller head, likely from a handheld massager, a massage gun, or a spa product. The plastic tabs on the sides look like snap-in connectors, which is how attachments lock into many massage devices. The bumpy or knobby texture of the roller is designed to provide a deep tissue or trigger point massage. The fact that they came as a set of 4 suggests they might offer different textures, or are for a device with multiple interchangeable heads for different types of massage. Found at every RV hookup site at a state park in Arkansas, this is a metal arch with hooks. It seems too sturdy for fish, and there isn't a corresponding one for a hammock. What is this for? This metal arch with hooks is a lantern hanger. At campgrounds, these are often provided at each campsite as a dedicated and safe place to hang a camping lantern, whether it's a battery-powered one or a fuel-burning one. Hanging the lantern provides better area lighting and keeps the hot or fragile lantern off the ground or picnic table, where it could be a fire hazard or easily knocked over. Its sturdy construction is to ensure it can safely support the weight of even a heavy lantern and withstand the elements. This metal rectangle, 9.5 x 7 inches, was found in the ground in the yard of a 1940s home in central Kentucky. What is this piece of railway hardware? This is a single-shoulder railroad tie plate. A tie plate is a thick steel plate placed between the railroad rail and the wooden railroad tie. Its purpose is to distribute the immense load from the rail over a larger area of the tie, to prevent the tie from being damaged, and to hold the rail at the correct gauge, distance apart. This single shoulder design has one raised edge, the shoulder, that braces one side of the base of the rail. Spikes driven through the holes in the plate would secure both the plate to the tie and the rail to the plate. Small, round, brown, and white objects were found in AstroTurf. One may be a stone, but the others are a mystery. A fire pit type thing is nearby. What are these small pellets? These are likely rubber fill pellets, also known as crumb rubber infill, a common component of modern artificial turf systems. AstroTurf and similar synthetic grass fields are often infilled with a layer of these tiny rubber granules made from recycled tires, and sometimes sand. This infill provides cushioning to the surface, helps to support the artificial grass blades, and gives the field playing characteristics more similar to natural grass. The brown and white colors could be from different types of rubber or other materials mixed in. This tool is telescopic, but not magnetic. It has a small loop at the end. It was left over by the previous homeowners. What is it for? This is either a simple telescopic pointer or one of those poles that tour guides carry. As a pointer, it would be used in presentations or classrooms to point to details on a map, chart, or screen. In its other role, a tour guide would attach a small flag or ribbon to the loop at the end. By extending the pole, the guide can hold the flag high above their head, making them easily visible to their tour group in a crowded area. This helps the group stay together and follow their leader. This fixture in an old house closet stands approximately 3 feet tall. It consists of metal rods, has no shelves, and is approximately 2 inches deep. What is this shallow, rod-based storage unit? This is a built-in shoe rack. Specifically, it's a type often found in older closets that is designed to hold shoes by their heels. The 2 parallel metal rods are spaced in such a way that you can slide the heel of a shoe, especially dress shoes or heels from that era, down between them, and the shoe will then hang by the top of its heel with the sole resting against the lower rod. This was a space-saving way to store multiple pairs of shoes in a shallow closet. Tan-colored, fibrous but light stuff was found in a hole at the bottom of a fridge. The finder recently cleaned up a cold brew mess that had leaked and noticed small holes on the edges of the bottom that look similar to a sponge. What is this stuff? The finder's guess of insulation is almost certainly correct. The space between the inner liner and the outer shell of a refrigerator is filled with foam insulation to keep the cold in and the heat out. The tan-colored, fibrous but light stuff is likely a piece of this polyurethane or similar foam insulation. There might be a small breach or hole in the refrigerator's inner plastic liner, perhaps damaged during a previous repair or from age, which allowed this piece of internal insulation to become visible, especially after being stained by the leaked cold brew coffee. Found while metal detecting in a yard in the mid-Atlantic Washington, D.C. region, this is a 1.25-inch non-ferrous, probably aluminum octagon with Sunbright embossed on it and a hole near the top. The finder guesses it's a tag from some sort of product, maybe related to agriculture or horses. What is it? This is a rose variety tag. When you buy a new rose bush from a nursery or garden center, it often comes with a durable, weather-resistant tag like this one attached to one of its canes. The tag identifies the specific variety of the rose. A quick Google search for Rosa Sunbright confirms that Sunbright is a known variety of yellow grandiflora rose. The hole is for the wire, or plastic tie, used to attach the tag to the plant. It's a common piece of horticultural identification that could have been buried in the yard for years after the rose was planted. Included in a fishing toolkit, this ovoid, silver, 3-inch long, probably aluminum something is a mystery. It's lightweight, non-magnetic, and has no hooks, holes, or buttons. It's shaped like a flattened egg. What is this featureless metal object for? This object is a piece of stainless steel soap. It's a small piece of stainless steel, often shaped like a bar of soap, that is used to remove strong odors from your hands. After handling pungent foods like garlic, onions, or, in this case, fish, you simply wash your hands with the stainless steel soap under running water. The stainless steel is believed to bind with the sulfur compounds that cause these odors, removing them from your skin. Its inclusion in a fishing kit is perfectly logical for getting the persistent fish smell off your hands after a day of angling. Seen during the installation phase of a small residential housing development in the UK, these black plastic crate-like boxes are being placed in the ground. A friend thought it was something to do with EV charging, but the real purpose is more related to civil engineering. What are these? These black plastic crates are for drainage. Specifically, they are soak-away crates, also known as stormwater infiltration or attenuation tanks. In modern construction, managing rainwater runoff is a key requirement. Instead of directing all rainwater from roofs and driveways directly into the sewer system, which can cause flooding, these large, hollow, but strong plastic crates are buried underground, often wrapped in a geotextile membrane. They create a large underground void where rainwater can be temporarily stored, attenuation, and then slowly seep, infiltrate, back into the surrounding ground, recharging groundwater and reducing the burden on the public drainage system. This irregular-shaped metal object was found in a bag of wood mulch from a home improvement store. It has a lead or steel gray color but is very light for its size, weighing 3.7 Oz. What is this lightweight metallic contaminant? This object is identified as slag from welding. Slag is the vitrified, glass-like byproduct that is formed during some welding processes, such as shielded metal arc welding, stick welding. It is formed from the flux, a material that protects the molten weld pool from atmospheric contamination. After the weld cools, the slag is chipped off, leaving a clean weld underneath. Slag is often lightweight and porous, can have a metallic sheen, and comes in irregular shapes. Wood mulch is often made from recycled wood waste, and it's possible a piece of metal with slag on it was accidentally processed, along with the wood. This brass metal object was found by a diver at the base of Minot Lighthouse, off of Cohasset, MA. It's approximately 8 inches, with a screw on top with wings on the side, and a hole in the bottom with a flat base. What is this piece of marine hardware? Oh, this is a piece of a stuffing box or a shaft seal, probably from a pump or a propeller shaft. A stuffing box is a sealing mechanism used to prevent water from leaking into a boat where a rotating shaft, like a propeller shaft, passes through the hull. It's stuffed with rings of packing material. This found object would be the gland part of the stuffing box. The screw on top with wings is the gland nut, which is tightened to compress the packing material around the shaft, creating a seal. It's a classic and crucial piece of marine engineering hardware. This small plastic black thing was found loose inside a PC case. It looks like it connects to the motherboard, maybe, but only on one side. What is this small electronic component? This is a jumper, also known as a jumper shunt. It's a small plastic connector with a metal insert that is used to bridge or jump two adjacent pins on a circuit board, thereby closing an electrical circuit. On older computer motherboards, jumpers were commonly used to configure various settings, such as the CPU speed, voltage, or to clear the CMOS memory. While they are less common for configuration on modern motherboards, which now use BIOS, Xiaoqia's UEFI settings, they are still used for certain functions. As the commenter notes, it could have come from anywhere and is probably nothing to worry about if the PC is working fine. This heavy threaded end cap for a pipe was found on the floor. It has a satisfying weight, a flat top, and some esoteric knurls around a raised ring. The finder, a hydraulics engineer, plans to use it as a desk trinket. What is it actually? This is identified as a locking wheel nut, and it looks like a model used by Ford. Locking wheel nuts are a security device used to prevent the theft of a car's wheels. One of the standard lug nuts on each wheel is replaced with one of these. It has a unique, intricate pattern, the esoteric knurls, that requires a special matching key or socket to remove it. Without this specific key, a standard lug wrench won't fit, making it very difficult to steal the wheel. It likely fell off during a tire change or was dropped by a mechanic. These small, almost weightless, flat, plasticky black discs have been found in a pocket and on an apartment floor. They are called a disc because there's no hole in the middle like a ring would have. The finder even checked their phone camera to see if the lens protectors came off, and they're still attached. What are they? The finder was on the right track. These small black plastic discs are indeed camera lens protectors for a smartphone. Specifically, they are the unused protectors that come on the adhesive backing sheet when you buy a pack of them. A typical package of lens protectors for a multi-lens phone, like an iPhone, will come with several small glass or plastic lenses attached to a single plastic sheet. You peel off the individual lens protectors and apply them to your phone's camera lenses. These found discs are the leftover bits of the plastic sheet that surrounded the actual protectors, which are often discarded after application. This white, hollow box was found under a kitchen sink in a new home in the UK. It seems to be attached to the cupboard door, and when the door is opened, a pole at the bottom makes the box extend a bit. It's hollow and empty. What is it? This is an under-sink pull-out bin or trash can. These are integrated waste management systems designed to be hidden inside a kitchen cabinet, typically the one under the sink. The bin is mounted on a mechanism that is linked to the cabinet door. When you open the cabinet door, the mechanism automatically slides the bin out towards you for easy access. This one is described as having two sections, which is very common for separating general kitchen waste from recycling. They are a popular feature for creating a neat, integrated kitchen design. This yellow wooden ramp-like thing came from a blueberry farm in New Hampshire. It has metal cleats on the bottom, sliding slat things, and a double door on the back. The original owner said to think simpler than a sluice box. The commenter's final guess is a homemade wheel chock, but they are not sure. The commenter's final guess is very strong. This is likely a very elaborate, homemade wheel chock. A wheel chock is a wedge-shaped block placed against a vehicle's wheel to prevent it from accidentally moving. The ramp shape is correct. The metal cleats on the bottom would be to grip the ground and prevent the chock from slipping. The other features, like the sliding slats and the double door, are likely over-engineered additions by a creative farmer, perhaps for storing small tools, adjusting the height, or simply as a result of building it from whatever scrap materials were available on the farm. If you love uncovering strange and mysterious objects, hit like and subscribe. Your support genuinely helps YouTube's algorithm find more curious explorers like you. Thank you for helping us grow. Stay curious. Is on the ceiling of a 1903 schoolhouse. It's been painted over several times and is held up with 3 screws. There's no hole in the middle like a flange would have. There are several of them throughout the house. What are these? This is identified as an old pull-chain light switch. Before wall-mounted light switches became standard, many early electric light fixtures were controlled directly at the fixture itself. A small hole in the center of the dome, which has likely been covered over with many layers of paint, would have had a chain hanging down. Pulling the chain would operate a rotary or toggle switch inside the canopy to turn the light on and off. These were a very common feature of early 20th century electrical installations. Found in a junk drawer, these two plastic covers seem to be a pair. They are mirrored in design and have different markings stamped inside, front, and back. What are these for? These kind of look like the decorative screw covers for an office or computer chair. Many office chairs have plastic covers that snap into place to hide the bolts and hardware that connect components like the armrests to the seat or the backrest to the support mechanism. The front and back markings, along with their mirrored shapes, would ensure they are fitted to the correct side and location on the chair to provide a clean, finished appearance. They likely fell off or were removed during an adjustment and never put back on. This rubber-like, bendy, black, lightweight thing fits in the finder's hand and was found in their house. What could this simple rubber piece be? This looks like a rubber stop or block used to keep a ceiling fan motor from spinning during shipping and installation. The motor of a new ceiling fan is often locked in place with a piece of rubber, foam, or cardboard wedged between the rotating part and the stationary part. This prevents the motor from being damaged by movement during transit. This block is meant to be removed by the installer before the fan is operated. It's a piece of protective packaging that was likely forgotten in the box or dropped during installation. This white, clear plastic stake thing was found in a backyard. There are at least 4 others in the yard as well. What are these plastic stakes for? These plastic stakes are used to hold down landscape fabric, also known as a weed barrier, in mulch beds or gardens. Landscape fabric is a sheet of material laid over the soil to suppress weed growth. These stakes are pushed through the fabric and into the ground to anchor it securely and prevent it from shifting or being lifted by the wind. They are also sometimes used for holding down rolls of erosion control matting or hay that are used to cover newly planted grass seed, protecting it from being washed away by rain. Found in a bag in the garage, this solid black tubing came with white attachments that the finder figured out are called bushing inserts. What is the black tubing itself for? The combination of black tubing and various fittings like bushing inserts strongly suggests this is for a drip irrigation system. Drip irrigation is a low-pressure, low-volume watering system that delivers water directly to the base of plants through a network of plastic tubes and small emitters. The solid black tubing is the main supply line or header that carries the water around the garden or planting area. The white inserts and other fittings would be used to connect smaller emitter lines, drippers, or sprinklers to this main tube, creating a custom watering system for a garden or landscape. 2 small white plastic hooks were found on a metal 3-tier cart that was acquired from a university tag sale. They don't seem to fit together or onto the cart in any obvious way. A deck of cards is used for scale. What are these small, strangely shaped hooks? A post on Arjash appliances strikingly resembles these hooks, suggesting they are a type of clip used for holding a door in place securely. Specifically, these could be shipping clips or locks for a small appliance, like a mini fridge or a microwave. During transit, these clips are often used to hold the appliance's door firmly shut to prevent it from swinging open and being damaged. They were likely on an appliance that was on the cart at some point, and then they were removed and left behind on the cart after the appliance was delivered. Found on the bathroom wall of a new apartment, these are clear plastic wall mounts with a sticky back. The wide ones are about 12 inches across. They seem to be the mounting plates for some kind of storage that the previous tenants took with them. What did they hold? These adhesive strips are the mounting plates for modern stick-on shower shelves or caddies. These have become a very popular alternative to shower caddies that hang over the shower head or tension pole caddies. The system uses these strong, waterproof adhesive strips with integrated hooks or tabs. A metal or plastic shelf basket then clips onto these hooks. They provide very strong and stable shower storage, but can be removed, as the commenter notes, by heating them with a hairdryer to soften the adhesive, which is likely what the previous tenants did, leaving only the mounting strips behind. This white, sort of powdery material may have fallen out of a bag of hand-me-down craft materials for soap or candle making. The finder also speculates it could be for a science kit or sensory bin. What is this craft material? This white, powdery substance is identified as fake snow for decorating. It is often a super-absorbent polymer, similar to the gel in diapers, that when mixed with water, swells up into a fluffy, white, cool-to-the-touch substance that mimics the appearance and feel of real snow. It is commonly used for holiday decorations, in Christmas village displays, for craft projects, or as a sensory play material for children. Its presence in a bag of craft supplies is a perfect fit for this identification. This object is smaller than a pen, made of hard plastic, very light gray, and very lightweight. What is this tiny, common household object? This is very likely a single bristle from a hairbrush. Many hairbrushes are made with numerous hard plastic bristles that are set into a cushioned pad. Over time, with use and age, it's very common for individual bristles to become loose, break, or fall out of the brush. The description of a small, lightweight, hard plastic rod, possibly with a small ball or rounded tip, not specified but common, perfectly matches the characteristics of a hairbrush bristle that has become detached from its brush. This is a fairly weighty metal rod with an angled end and a ball joint. What is this common automotive towing accessory? This is a hitch pin, used to secure a trailer hitch, ball mount, or another accessory into the receiver of a trailer hitch on a vehicle. The long, straight part of the pin passes through the holes in the hitch receiver and the shank of the ball mount. The angled end, or handle, makes it easy to insert and remove. The other end, not shown but implied, would typically have a small hole for a cotter pin or a locking clip to be inserted, which prevents the hitch pin from vibrating out while driving. It is an absolutely essential component for safe towing. This small, black, lightweight rod, with a grooved circle at one end, has been in a pantry for nearly 3 years, its purpose a mystery. It's small, and doesn't have any obvious ways to attach to anything. What could it be for? This is an accessory for a portable, folding music stand. Many lightweight, collapsible music stands have a main desk for holding sheet music, but they are often too flimsy or small to be used on a tabletop. This small rod is an extension piece that allows the desk part of the music stand to be detached from its main tripod base and be used as a standalone tabletop stand. The rod fits into the back of the music desk and provides a small foot for it to rest on a flat surface. After cleaning out trash cans, these little green pellet things were found at the bottom. They are described as light and fluffy. What could they be? This looks like moldy cat kibble. If some dry cat food, kibble, was left at the bottom of the trash can and some moisture got in, it would provide the perfect environment for mold to grow. As the mold colonizes the kibble, it can give it a light, fluffy, or fuzzy texture and a greenish or whitish color. It's a common, if slightly gross, sight in trash cans that haven't been fully emptied or have had liquids leak into them. This beige metal thingy is seen floating in lakes beside a blue boat in this picture. The commenter had seen similar things in the past that were not fountains. The mystery is solved when they just turned it on. It's a fountain. What are these floating units? This floating unit is a lake fountain and/or aerator. These devices serve both aesthetic and ecological purposes in ponds and lakes. Aesthetically, they create a beautiful water display, the fountain. Ecologically, by spraying water into the air, they increase the oxygen levels in the water, aeration. This is beneficial for fish and other aquatic life and can help to reduce algae growth by circulating the water and preventing stagnation. Even when not actively spraying as a fountain, the unit would be floating on the surface, housing the pump and motor. These wooden sticks, about 40 centimeters long, have a pointy, flattened head on one end and a hole going across the head. They were found at a flea market in the EU, with the items reportedly from Africa. though Australia is also suggested as a likely origin. There were two of them. What are they? These are identified as throwing sticks, a type of hunting weapon used by indigenous cultures in various parts of the world, including Africa and, famously, Australia, where they are related to boomerangs. Unlike a returning boomerang, these sticks are designed to be thrown with great force and accuracy to stun or kill small game, particularly birds. The flattened aerodynamic head would help it fly straight and true, and the hole might have been for attaching a cord or feathers for stabilization or retrieval. They are simple but effective ancient hunting tools. These bathroom cabinet attachments were found in a friend's new place. They are made of wood veneer and acrylic, with mount holes that seem to correspond to shelving pegs. They are approximately 14 inches long. What are they for? These are identified as shelves, but specifically for two very narrow drawers or pull-out units. In modern bathroom or kitchen cabinetry, especially from European manufacturers like IKEA, very narrow pull-out storage units are common for making use of small, otherwise wasted spaces. These shelves, with their specific dimensions and mounting holes for shelf pins, would fit inside such a narrow pull-out drawer, allowing for the organized storage of small items like spices, medicine bottles, or toiletries. The large number of identical ones suggests a modular cabinet system was in place. This is a small, light, diamond-shaped, off-white item. What could this small, sharp, natural object be? This small, diamond-shaped object looks like a spine from a pufferfish or a related species like a porcupine fish. These fish are famous for their ability to inflate their bodies with water or air when threatened. Their skin is covered with sharp, formidable spines that stand erect when the fish inflates, making it a very difficult and painful meal for any would-be predator. After the fish dies and decomposes, these individual spines can become detached and are sometimes found washed up on beaches or in marine debris. Their shape and texture are quite distinctive. This black nylon bag with a Velcro flap on the bottom was received as a promotional item. What is this simple, functional bag for? This is a car garbage bag or a car trash can. These are designed to be hung in a vehicle, often from the back of a seat headrest or the gear shift, to provide a convenient place to collect small items of trash like wrappers, receipts, or tissues, helping to keep the car's interior tidy. The Velcro flap at the bottom is a clever feature for easy emptying. Instead of having to take the bag out and turn it upside down, you can simply hold it over a larger trash can, undo the Velcro, and let the contents fall out from the bottom. Found on the kitchen floor, this flexible rubber object is approximately 1.5 inches long and 0.5 inches wide. Kids were doing laundry and dishes, so it might have fallen off something. What could it be? This looks like a rubber pad or bumper from underneath an air fryer basket or crisper plate. The metal basket or tray inside an air fryer often has several of these small, heat-resistant silicone or rubber feet. Their purpose is to prevent the metal basket from scratching the non-stick coating of the main air fryer drawer or pot when it's placed inside. They can sometimes come loose during washing, especially in the dishwasher, and fall off, ending up on the floor. Found outside in a gutter, this is a flexible, light, plastic banana peel shape, about 6 centimeters long. It has spaces of different widths between each fold and a hexagonal hole. Theories include a candy holder or a banana-shaped banana holder. What is it? This flexible plastic banana peel is identified as a candy spray holder. This is a novelty candy item, popular with children, where a small bottle of liquid candy spray is housed within a fun, shaped plastic holder. In this case, the holder is a banana peel. The nozzle of the candy spray bottle would protrude from the top, and the flexible peel parts would be the case. The hexagonal hole is likely where the bottle's mechanism was secured. It's a piece of discarded candy packaging. Found on a sidewalk in a suburban neighborhood, this is a seemingly crushed small metal object with the word metric stamped into it. It seems to be a lid or cap of some sort. What is it? This is likely a lug nut cover. Many cars, especially older ones, or those with steel wheels, have decorative chrome or plastic caps that press fit over the standard steel lug nuts. This provides a more finished look and protects the lug nuts from rust. These covers can sometimes become loose and fall off, ending up on the road or sidewalk. The metric stamping would indicate the thread size of the lug nut it was designed to cover. This is a bracket from an IKEA installation booklet for a Kungsfors kitchen system. It's a Z-shaped bracket that is not supplied with the kit. It's about 100 millimeters long, 20 millimeters wide, and creates a 2 millimeters gap. The finder can't find anything similar online or at hardware stores. What is this specific type of bracket? This bracket, whether it's called a Z-bracket or a French cleat, seems to be a specific IKEA part that might not have a generic equivalent at a standard hardware store. The commenter offers practical advice. If you believe it should have come with your kit, go back to IKEA and show them the picture you posted here. The IKEA near me has boxes of extra pieces for cases like this. You just need to ask. This is the best course of action. IKEA customer service desks often have a spare parts bin with a huge assortment of screws, brackets, and dowels to help customers who are missing a piece from their flat-pack furniture kit. Found on a beach on an island in western Washington, this is a carved, bone-like object with holes and uniform lines. It's about a hand's length, looks worn and old, and has no markings. It looks like a brush of some kind. What is it? This is identified as a bone hairbrush, or at least the back of one. Before the widespread use of plastics, hairbrush backs and handles were often made from natural materials like wood, ivory, or bone. The uniform lines of holes would be where the bristles, originally made from boar hair or other natural fibers, were inserted and secured. Over a long time of being in a marine environment, the bristles would have completely rotted away, leaving only the more durable bone back. The link shows a similar example of an antique bone brush. This is a 48-inch long decorative leather strap, 2 inches wide. It's too short for a horse breast strap and too long for a human's belt with its current fastening. The decorative pattern stops in the middle, and it has stitch holes, suggesting it was fixed onto something. What is it? This is identified as a gun belt, likely a Mexican style. A gun belt, or cartridge belt, is designed to be worn around the hips, not the waist, which is why it's longer than a standard trouser belt. The wide leather provides support for the weight of a holster and a firearm, as well as loops for carrying extra ammunition. The stitch holes indicate where a holster or other accessories would have been attached. The decorative pattern stopping in the middle might be where it was covered by a large buckle or another piece of equipment. It's a piece of classic Western-style leatherwork. This is some kind of furniture leg, about 8 inches tall, made of metal. It was found in a bedroom where a futon once was, and the finder needs to know what it is to potentially replace it and reassemble the furniture. What is it? This is identified as a bed frame post, specifically a center support leg for a bed frame. Many modern bed frames, especially for larger queen or king-sized beds, have one or more adjustable support legs that run down the center slat. These legs provide crucial support in the middle of the bed, preventing the mattress and box spring from sagging. They are often adjustable in height to accommodate different frame heights. The commenter just used the same ones and confirms they are bed frame center support legs, often sold as replacement parts. If you love uncovering strange and mysterious objects, hit like and subscribe. Your support genuinely helps YouTube's algorithm find more curious explorers like you. Thank you for helping us grow. Stay curious. This black substance was found on the floor of a Tesla Model S. It's very sticky when squished, leaves a black stain, and has no detectable odor. What is this gooey mess? This sticky black substance looks like old foam that has degraded. In many cars, pieces of open cell or closed cell foam are used as vibration dampening, sound deadening, or as gaskets between plastic trim pieces. Over time, especially with exposure to heat cycles, this foam can break down and revert to a sticky, tar-like goo. Its location on the floor suggests it may have fallen from behind a piece of dashboard trim, from within a door panel, or from the HVAC system, leaving a sticky residue. This metal thing is outside an apartment balcony. It has a latch that allows it to be placed at a 90-degree angle and also has 6 notches and 5 holes. The finder is pretty sure it's to hang clothes. What is it actually for? This is an attachment point for a retractable awning. My camper had the same piece. When a retractable awning is extended, it has support arms. This bracket would be mounted on the wall or the RV, and the end of the awning's support arm would lock into it. The latch and notches provide a secure connection, preventing the wind from lifting the awning and potentially damaging it or ripping it from its mounting. It's a critical piece of hardware for ensuring the stability of an extended awning. This metal red cylinder was found in the woods behind a house in Randolph Co., North Carolina. It weighs 3.75 ounces. A penny is shown for scale. What is it? Given its size, estimated from the penny, cylindrical shape, and weight, this is most likely an old, corroded D-cell battery. D-cell batteries are a standard size of dry cell battery, commonly used in high-drain devices like large flashlights, radios, and some toys. The outer metal casing, which can be various colors including red, can rust and degrade over time when discarded in the woods, but the basic form and heft would remain. It is a very common piece of litter. Found near a small stream in Quebec City, this was poked with a reed and seems hard on top and squishy on the bottom. Is it styrofoam? Yes, the commenter is pretty certain that this is a variety of styrofoam, expanded polystyrene, though perhaps an older formulation that has degraded in a specific way. When a piece of styrofoam floats in water for a long time, the outer surface can become hardened, brittle, or colonized by algae, while the inner part remains softer or squishy. It's a very common type of plastic pollution found near waterways, often breaking off from old dock floats, packaging, or disposable coolers. Found in a rental vehicle, this has a magnet on the back and the DeWalt tool logo on the front. At first, the finder thought it was a badge that had fallen off a tool. A wedding ring is shown for scale. What is it? This is quite possibly just a promotional magnet with the DeWalt tool logo on it. DeWalt is a major brand of power tools, and it's very common for companies like this to produce promotional merchandise, including simple magnets for sticking on toolboxes, refrigerators, or workshop cabinets. It could have been left in the rental truck by a previous user who was a contractor or a fan of the brand. It's a straightforward piece of brand advertising. Found at a thrift store, this wallet has no pockets for change, just windows inside. What is this for? This type of wallet is specifically designed to hold photos and keys. The multiple clear plastic windows or sleeves are for displaying a collection of small photographs of family and loved ones. Additionally, these wallets often include a small set of metal clips or hooks, specifically for holding individual keys. It's a compact, combined organizer for two very different but essential personal items. This style was more popular in the past, before digital photos on phones became the norm. This thing is attached to a wall in a new place. There's nothing on the other side of the wall. What is its purpose? This is a wall-mounted door stopper or door bumper. Its purpose is to prevent a nearby door from swinging open too far and having its doorknob or handle slam into the wall, which would cause damage to the drywall or plaster. It is mounted on the wall at the point where the doorknob would make contact. They come in many styles, but they all serve this simple, protective function. The fact there is nothing on the other side of the wall is irrelevant. Its placement is determined by the swing of the door. Found under a blackboard in a German university lecture room, this is a big metal dish with holes of some sort and a glass plastic inlay. The finder wonders if it's an ashtray for big cigars, but questions why it would be in a classroom. The holder pieces could also hold chalk. What is it? Despite its location, this is identified simply as an ashtray. In past decades, smoking was much more common and was permitted in many places where it is now banned, including university lecture halls and classrooms. This large, robust ashtray would have been a standard fixture for the professor or lecturer, and possibly even for students in some settings. The inlay would make it easier to clean. The holder pieces would have been rests for cigarettes. It is a fascinating relic from a very different era of social norms and public health attitudes. This white-ish plastic thing is seen in a neighbor's window. It fills the vertical space of the window opening and makes a quiet, airy sound. An incense smell sometimes comes from it. It used to be in the living room window, but is now in a bedroom window. What is it? This is a window vent kit for a portable air conditioning unit. A portable AC unit sits on the floor inside the room and works by venting hot air to the outside through a large, flexible hose. This plastic panel is an adjustable piece that fits into a partially opened window, often a vertically sliding one. It has an opening where the hot air exhaust hose from the AC unit connects, allowing the heat and moisture to be vented outdoors while sealing the rest of the window opening. People often move these portable units from room to room as needed. The incense smell is unrelated. This white, tablet-like device has a black folio cover on it. One side is slightly raised, like an e-reader, but no physical buttons are visible at first glance. What is this electronic device? This is identified as a Kobo e-reader. Kobo is a popular brand of e-readers, a direct competitor to Amazon's Kindle. Many Kobo models, like the Kobo Libra or Sage, have an asymmetrical design with a wider bezel and physical page-turn buttons on one side, which matches the slightly raised description. The commenter notes that the buttons are there, but they can blend in with the design. The e-ink screen, designed for reading, would also distinguish it from a standard LCD tablet. This is a white, plastic, smooth, 5-inch square box. What is this piece of modern security or tracking hardware? This is identified as part of a Centigix badge tracking security system. Centigix is a company that provides an incident response solution primarily for schools and other large institutions. Staff members wear a smart badge with a panic button. If an emergency occurs, they can press the button to instantly alert administrators and responders. This white square box is likely a gateway or locator beacon that is part of the system's infrastructure, which is used to receive the signals from the badges and determine the precise location of the alert within the building. These metal prongs were found outside an apartment door. No work has been done recently, and no one else has them. They are small, about 1 inch long, and curved up at the ends. Where are they from? These metal prongs are identified as fence staples. These are large U-shaped staples with 2 sharp points. They are used to attach wire fencing, like barbed wire or woven wire, to wooden fence posts. A hammer is used to drive the staple into the post, with the U-shape holding the wire in place. Finding them outside an apartment door is strange. They were likely dropped by a maintenance worker or contractor who was doing fencing work somewhere else nearby and accidentally tracked them to that location, or had them fall out of a tool pouch. This is a 1/4-circle flexible plastic sheet, which, if 4 pieces were combined, would make a disc about 14 inches in diameter. It has a center cutout and small holes. What is it? The commenter notes that this is likely a homemade part, not a commercially available product. You could make your own from a suitable piece of scrap plastic, like a bucket lid, with a saw and a drill. Its purpose is unknown without more context, but given its shape and holes, it could be a homemade stencil, part of a garden project, like a tree guard, a component for a DIY hobby project, or a template for cutting other materials. The key here is its likely origin as a one-off, custom-made piece, rather than a standard item. Seen in a hotel window in the USA, this thing pops up about 1/2 inch. What is this feature? This looks like a trickle vent or a window vent. These are small, often adjustable, openings integrated into the window frame. Their purpose is to allow for a small amount of controlled ventilation, letting fresh air into a room without having to open the entire window. This can be useful for reducing condensation, improving air quality, and providing background ventilation while maintaining security. The pop-up mechanism is how it is opened to allow airflow. They are a common feature on modern windows in many parts of the world. White spots have appeared on an old DS Lite case that was sitting next to a mini cosmetics fridge for several months. The finder is worried it might be mold. What are these spots? This is identified simply as dust. Mini cosmetics fridges, like all refrigerators, have a small cooling unit with a fan and vents on the back or sides to dissipate heat. This fan moves air, and in doing so, it can attract and circulate airborne dust particles. If the DS Lite case was sitting right next to these vents for several months, the air currents created by the fan would cause dust to accumulate on its surface in a specific pattern, which can sometimes look like spots or splotches, especially if there is a slight static charge on the plastic case. This hole, approximately 2 to 3 inches in diameter, is a mystery. A glove is shown for scale. The commenter suggests it's more likely a rat hole than a rat-snake hole. The commenter's distinction is important. While rat snakes will often inhabit the burrows of other animals, they don't do much digging themselves. Rats, on the other hand, are prolific burrowers. They create extensive tunnel systems for nesting and shelter. A hole of 2 to 3 inches in diameter is a typical size for the entrance to a burrow system created by a brown rat, Norway rat. The hole would likely be smooth from repeated use and might have a pile of excavated dirt nearby. It's a clear sign of a rat infestation on the property. What is this white, rectangular ridge on top of the ceiling of a bedroom? This is a soffit, also known as a bulkhead. In interior construction, a soffit is a box-like structure built down from the ceiling or out from a wall. Its purpose is almost always to conceal something. This could be HVAC ductwork, plumbing pipes, electrical wiring, or a structural support beam that the architect or builder wanted to hide from view for aesthetic reasons. By enclosing these utilitarian elements in a soffit framed with wood or metal studs and covered with drywall, they become an integrated part of the room's architecture. This came in a nail kit. It's a random black circle that feels like vinyl. What is it? This is likely a small roll of nail art striping tape. This is a very thin, self-adhesive vinyl tape that comes in various colors, including black, and is sold in small rolls that look like a black circle. Nail artists use it to create precise, straight lines and geometric designs on manicures. You apply the tape to the nail, paint over it with a different color of polish, and then carefully peel the tape off while the polish is still wet, leaving behind a crisp line. It's a common item in nail art kits. This random white Sylvania box is mounted on a wall in a house. It's been there for years, but recently made a strange, short electronic buzz and feels warm to the touch on one side. Google searches have been fruitless. What could it be? Despite its mysterious behavior, this Sylvania box is identified simply as a doorbell chime. The box contains the mechanism, either bells, chimes, or an electronic speaker, that sounds when the doorbell button outside is pressed. The electronic buzz it made could be a sign that an internal component, like the transformer or the chime mechanism, is beginning to fail. The warmth to the touch also suggests an electrical component is drawing power continuously, which can happen with age or a fault in the system. Found while rummaging through old electronics, this is a lab tech regulated power adapter, model AD6. It has a switch to change the voltage, 3, 4.5, 6, 7.5, and 9 volts. What was this used for? This is a universal power adapter, likely from the 1990s. Labtech was a popular manufacturer of computer speakers and other peripherals. Before USB standardized on 5-volt power for most small devices, different electronics required different voltages. A universal adapter like this one, with a switch to select the correct voltage, was often included with products like computer speakers. This allowed the manufacturer to use the same power adapter for their entire product line, saving costs, as the user could simply select the voltage required by their specific model. This is a large metal irregular cylinder with ribbed flat circles at both ends. It's the size of a person, located in Northern California in a park, and appears old. It's nowhere near a road, so it wasn't dumped from a vehicle recently. What is it? This is a large industrial cable reel or spool, but it's just the central drum, missing the 2 large flat flanges that would have been at either end. These massive reels are used to transport and deploy heavy-duty electrical cable, fiber optic cable, or wire rope. The central drum is where the cable is wound. After the cable is used up, sometimes only the metal drum is left behind or discarded. Its presence in a park, far from a road, is a mystery, but it may have been abandoned long ago after a utility installation in the area. Unpacking a 3D printer, these 3M double-sided pads are on the inside packaging. They are 2 inches long, rectangular, with a hole in the middle. What is their purpose? The answer to this question depends entirely on which 3D printer it is and what the instructions say. The commenter correctly points this out. These adhesive pads are almost certainly for a specific part of the printer's setup. They might be for sticking down a small accessory, attaching a filament guide, mounting a power supply, or providing vibration-damping feet for the printer to sit on. Without consulting the printer's assembly manual, which would show where these pads are meant to be used, their exact purpose remains a guess. This mysterious structure in a backyard is made of wood and has soil in it. It's clearly for gardening of some kind. What is its specific design? This is just a homemade raised garden bed, but with an added feature, a structure suitable for supporting a shade roof or cover. Raised beds are popular for gardening as they offer better drainage and soil control. The additional framework rising above the bed would be used to drape shade cloth, netting, or plastic sheeting. This would be for protecting plants that are sensitive to direct, intense sunlight, like lettuce or peas in some climates, shielding them from pests like birds or insects, or creating a mini greenhouse environment to extend the growing season. This is a metallic object with a black bottom surface and tip. It's weighted, and the top has diagonal sides. The black surface shows a rainbow sheen when light shines on it. Crucially, it has some small text on it. The solution here is a clever bit of meta-commentary on our "what is this thing?" The commenter notes, and has a small text on it that would make it too easy to identify. This implies that the object likely has a manufacturer's name, a part number, or some other identifying text written on it that the original poster has overlooked or not mentioned. Very often, the answer to "what is this thing?" is written right on the thing itself. Without knowing what the text says, a definitive identification is impossible, but the first step should always be to read any and all markings. Found at Goodwill, this small palm-sized ceramic item has markings on the bottom that are hard to make out. The end piece that sticks out has a hole through it, and there is a slit on the side. The finder plans to use it as a pot for an air plant, but is curious about its actual purpose. What is it? This small ceramic item looks like it might be an egg separator. You would crack a raw egg into the main cup or bowl of the separator. The egg white would then drain out through the slit on the side, while the intact yolk would be retained in the central cup. The part that sticks out might be a handle or a spout for pouring off the separated white. It's a simple kitchen gadget for a common baking or cooking task. The hole might be for hanging it when not in use. This vintage set, found in a late uncle's desk drawer, includes a flat plastic sheet with rows of uniform pyramidal protrusions and a matching red tool with a wheel that has the opposite pyramidal shapes. The tool and board definitely go together, but their purpose is a mystery. What are they? This looks like a handheld version of a check embosser or a check writer. Before digital printing, this was a security measure to prevent check fraud. After a check was written out by hand, it would be placed on the plastic sheet with the pyramidal bumps. The user would then run the wheeled red tool over the areas where the payee name and amount were written. The interlocking pyramidal shapes would emboss or perforate the paper in a distinctive pattern, making it very difficult for anyone to alter the writing on the check without leaving obvious signs of tampering. This piece of scientific equipment has a heavy steel base with a tall, square-bottomed, U-shaped aluminum piece attached. It has the product identifier number 75560, was made in Canada, and a Senko sticker. It looks like a standing tuning fork on a base, but makes no real noise when struck. What is it? A retired teacher who taught physics for decades identifies this as a fulcrum, specifically one meant to be used with a meter stick, for classroom experiments demonstrating the principles of levers. A meter stick would be placed across the two notches at the top of the U-shape, allowing it to pivot. A special knife edge clamp, also part of the set, would be attached to the meter stick, creating the precise pivot point. By hanging weights at different points, students could easily study concepts like mechanical advantage, torque, and the different classes of levers. Senko was a well-known supplier of scientific education equipment. Found on a beach in Aotearoa, New Zealand, this is a partial hard plastic disc. The finder's mum has been finding similar parts for over 2 years. The commenter asks if they are sure it's plastic. What is this? The commenter's question is a clue. This is very likely part of a clay pigeon or a clay target, used for sport shooting, specifically for sports like trap, skeet, or sporting clays. Despite the name clay pigeon, modern targets are usually made from a brittle mixture of pitch and pulverized limestone or other materials designed to shatter when hit by shotgun pellets. They are shaped like an inverted saucer, and this found object is a fragment of one of these targets. Finding them near a beach could mean there is or was a shooting club nearby that shot out over the water. This 11-inch long old paper wood tube was found in a grandparent's coin collection. The ends are metal and appear to go into the tube. It sounds like it has multiple heavy objects sliding around inside. It can't be opened without force. What is it for? After deciding to cut it open, the finder solved the mystery. The tube was full of mercury dimes. This was apparently a form of long-term coin storage. Coin tubes or rolls are a common way for collectors to store a specific quantity of a single type of coin. This one, with its tight metal ends, seems to have been designed for more permanent, secure storage rather than easy access. The fact that the aluminum ends went in an inch and couldn't be pulled out suggests it was not meant to be opened non-destructively. It was a time capsule for a coin collector's treasures. This long, ferrous, nail-like object was found in upstate New York. The head is 2.5 inches in diameter, and the object is about 42 inches long. What is this massive spike? This is a stake for a large, commercial-grade tent, the kind that would be used for a wedding, a festival, or another large outdoor event. These very large tents, often called pole tents or marquee tents, are held up by immense tension from ropes or straps. To anchor these ropes securely to the ground, they require these massive, heavy-duty steel stakes, which are driven deep into the earth with sledgehammers to provide the necessary holding power to keep the massive structure stable, especially in windy conditions. This is an awl-shaped tool with a metal spike and a plastic handle. It's 13.5 centimeter long, and an S is on the head. What is this specific type of pointed tool? This looks like a rigger's fid or a marlin spike. It is a tool used by sailors, riggers, and anyone who works with rope. Its primary purpose is for undoing tight knots. The smooth, tapered metal spike can be worked into a jammed knot, allowing the user to pry the strands of rope apart and loosen it. It is also used for splicing rope, joining two ropes, or forming an eye loop by weaving the strands together. It's an essential tool in traditional sailing and rope work. This 4-2 metal thing is fastened to the leg or underside of each desk in an office building. It's about 1.5 feet in size and made of sturdy stainless steel. The desks are possibly from the 1990s. What are these? A former PC tech hates these things and knows exactly what they are. These are PC security mounts, extremely common in offices from the late 80s to the mid-90s. The system consisted of two plates. One would be stuck or screwed to the desk, and the other to the bottom of the desktop computer tower. Two rods would then be inserted through both plates, and these rods were secured with small, keyed locks. This physically locked the computer to the desk, preventing theft of what was then very expensive office equipment. As the tech notes, they were a major hassle to deal with during repairs. This black plastic clip or buckle is about 1/1 inch. There are teeth on one side, and it appears to have ears and a tail, giving it a somewhat animalistic look. It's almost snapped on one side, so it may be part of another item. What is it? This is identified as some sort of bracket for a camera. Specifically, it might be a clip or a part of a mounting system for a small action camera, like a GoPro, a webcam, or a similar small device. The teeth could be for gripping a surface or another part of the mount. The ears and tail might just be part of a stylized design, or they could be functional parts of the clip's mechanism. Without more context, it's hard to be certain, but it's a component from a larger camera mounting accessory. For a couple of weeks, a strange sound, like a Rainmaker toy, was heard coming from a PC tower when the desk was knocked. Then, an abundance of a salt-like substance was noticed near the tower. What was going on? Update: the mystery is solved, and it has nothing to do with the PC. On closer inspection, it was a squishy stress ball that had been kept on the desk. Over time, the outer skin of the stress ball had corroded or developed a small leak. The salt-like substance was the internal filling, often a type of powder, small beads, or a granular gel that was slowly leaking out everywhere. The Rainmaker sound was this loose filling shifting around inside the damaged ball. Mystery solved, and PC is safe. This small glass bottle has a pointy, hollow bronze lid. It's 15 centimeter tall and dry. Powdery plant material is at the bottom. It was bought at a thrift store. The lid screws on but isn't airtight. Patterns on the bronze base seem to be suns or pointy stars. What is it? From a reverse image search, this is most likely a perfume dispenser or a decorative perfume bottle. The ornate bronze work, with its screw-on lid and decorative base, is characteristic of perfume bottles from various regions, particularly the Middle East. The hollow, pointy lid might be a dabber or applicator for applying the perfume. The dry plant material inside could be remnants of potpourri or dried herbs that were once part of an oil-based perfume, or a scented water that has long since evaporated, leaving the botanical residue behind. This Apple-branded charging cord was found with an iPod, a Nintendo DS, and various paraphernalia. What is this specific Apple accessory? This looks like the charger and USB adapter specifically for an Apple iPod Shuffle, likely the second, third, or fourth generation model. Unlike other iPods that used a 30-pin or lightning connector, these tiny, screenless iPod Shuffles had a unique charging method. The device itself would plug directly into this special USB dock, which used the 3.5mm headphone jack for both audio output and for charging and data syncing. It's a very specific cable for a very specific family of tiny MP3 players. This metal part, about an inch long, juts out from a poster frame. It's obviously for hanging, but there doesn't seem to be a way to do that with a standard nail or hook. What is this? Yes, it is meant to hang on a nail. This is a type of security or flush mount picture frame hanger. To use it, you would have a nail or screw protruding slightly from the wall. You hang the frame by sliding it down over the nail. The head of the nail goes between the metal bracket and the frame itself, and the shaft of the nail then rests securely in one of the small notches. This holds the frame very close to the wall and makes it more difficult to knock off accidentally. It is a very common type of picture frame hardware. At a school soccer field, this set of blue poles is about 20 feet tall and 40 feet apart. It has connections for something and has been unused for years, maybe decades. What are these structures behind the goal? These poles probably once had nets strung between them to act as a backstop. On a soccer field, especially in a school or park setting where space might be limited, these large nets are installed behind the goals. Their purpose is simply to stop errant shots that miss the goal or fly over the crossbar. This keeps the soccer balls from being kicked far into the woods, down a hill, or into a street, which makes the game safer and saves a lot of time retrieving balls. The nets have likely deteriorated and been removed, leaving only the support poles behind. These yellow cylindrical objects with apparently helical markings or shrouding are seen at Edinburgh Airport opposite the departure gates. What are they? These yellow cylindrical objects are very likely water pumps, specifically submersible pumps, that are part of the airport's stormwater management or fire suppression system. The helical shrouding around them could be a protective casing, a vortex breaker to ensure smooth intake, or part of the mounting system. Airports are massive, paved areas that generate huge amounts of rainwater runoff, which needs to be collected and pumped away. Alternatively, they could be pumps for the fire hydrant system, ready to supply large volumes of water in an emergency. Found amongst antique jewelry, these are some type of pin, about 2.5 to 3 inches long, made of metal. The ends have safety caps. What are they for? These are likely 1970s-era stick pins or lapel pins. A stick pin is a long, straight pin with a decorative ornament at the top, used as a fashion accessory. Men would wear them in the knot of their tie or on the lapel of a jacket, while women would wear them as a brooch on a blouse or dress. They were very popular for decades and saw a resurgence in the 1970s. The safety caps are to cover the sharp point, both for safety and to keep the pin from falling out of the garment. This mysterious lab item is a rubbery, flexible disc about 5 inches across. It was found with the second one and 2 accompanying wrenches. It doesn't seem to be a lid and doesn't fit any centrifuge or other equipment the lab has. What is it? This is identified as a grommet for a lab cabinet. In a laboratory, it is often necessary to run tubing for water, gas, or vacuum, or cables through the walls of a cabinet, a fume hood, or a piece of equipment. A large rubber grommet like this one is used to line the hole that has been cut. It protects the tubing or cables from being chafed by the sharp metal edge of the hole, and it can also provide a seal to prevent drafts or vapor leakage. The wrenches might be spanner wrenches used for tightening a locking ring that secures the grommet in place. This is a decorative wood piece, about 2 feet long and 8 to 9 inches in diameter, and solid. What could this be a part of? These could be fancy armrests, perhaps stacked sideways in the photo. Given their solid wood construction, length, and decorative nature, they are likely the armrests from a large, high-end piece of furniture like a sofa or an armchair. In some designs, particularly Art Deco or mid-century modern styles, armrests were prominent, sculpted wooden elements. The 2-foot length would be appropriate for a substantial chair. They have likely been removed from an old piece of furniture that was being reupholstered or was discarded. Found on a small riverbank, this is a piece of metal, possibly iron, about 16 inches long, that folds in on itself. What is this tool? This is some form of a chain wrench. It could be either a filter wrench or a pipe wrench. The tool works by wrapping the flexible chain around a round object, like an oil filter or a pipe. The chain is then hooked into a slot on the handle. As the handle is turned, the chain tightens its grip on the object, allowing the user to apply significant torque to loosen or tighten it. This design is particularly useful for gripping smooth, round objects where a standard wrench would slip, or for working in tight spaces. This flat, black plastic object was found in the garden patio of a new home. It has a circle on one end with 3 posts and a spike on the other. What is this specific garden tool? This is an assistance lever for opening a panel on a compost ball. A compost ball is a large, spherical composter that is designed to be rolled around the yard to mix and aerate the compost inside. It has a circular door or panel for adding and removing material. This plastic lever is a tool that came with the composter. The 3 posts on the circular part of the tool fit into 3 corresponding holes on the composter's door. The tool then provides the leverage needed to easily twist and open the often tight-fitting door. This metal stand is 19 inches high with a 13-inch diameter. The top supports are flat. The finder wonders if it's from a drum kit, perhaps a snare stand. The commenter thinks this is a floral stand, not a snare stand. A snare drum stand would need to be very sturdy and would have rubber grips to securely hold the drum and prevent it from rattling. The 13-inch diameter is also on the small side for a standard snare. This is more likely a lightweight, decorative stand used by florists or at events. A potted plant or a floral arrangement in a vase would be placed on the flat top supports. It's a simple, elegant stand for displaying plants or flowers. (843) Halter whip for horses. Found at the dump, this item is about 2.5 to 3 feet long and weighs about a pound. It has a paracord and rubber handle with a synthetic black material around a stick. It makes a cool sound when swung. The finder wonders if it's a whip, a farm implement, or something for kink. This is definitely a whip for working with horses. Judging by its relatively short length, 2.5 to 3 feet, it is identified as a halter whip, also known as a training stick or lead line whip. These are not typically used to strike the horse, but rather as an extension of the handler's arm during groundwork or in-hand training. The sound it makes when swung and the visual cue of the whip's movement are used to encourage the horse to move forward, yield to pressure, or perform specific maneuvers, all while the handler is on the ground, leading the horse with a halter. This 29-inch by 6-inch wooden cabinet is next to the kitchen sink. It has no shelves. Baking sheets just fall into a 1-inch depression on the inner right side and don't stay inside properly. What is this oddly designed cabinet for? A cabinet installer explains that this narrow cabinet is a compromise in kitchen design. The sink is usually centered on a window, and sometimes this leaves an awkward, narrow space in the corner that isn't wide enough for a traditional cabinet. The easiest solution is a blank filler panel, but that wastes space. This is a cheaper, if not very functional version of a proper tray rollout unit. It is indeed intended for storing flat pans, baking sheets, and cutting boards vertically, but its poor design, lacking proper dividers or a good base, makes it not very effective at its job. This tool has a wooden handle and a metal base, probably stainless steel or aluminum, and is about 3 feet in length. It was left behind by a previous owner of a home. What is this mixing tool? This is a mud mixer, specifically designed for mixing dry drywall compound, joint compound, or mud with water. The metal base, often with a paddle or cage-like design, is placed in a 5-gallon bucket containing the dry powder and water. The long shaft is then chucked into a powerful, low-speed drill. The drill spins the mixer head, quickly and efficiently mixing the compound to a smooth, consistent paste, ready for taping and finishing drywall. It can also be used for mixing other materials like non-aggregate mortar, cement, or, as the commenter humorously suggests, mashing a very large quantity of potatoes. This round stand has a ledge inside and an oval hole. It was found at a hotel front desk and seems like an office supply. What is it? This is pretty surely a cell phone holder or stand, designed for propping up a phone in landscape, horizontal mode. The phone would rest on the inner ledge, with the back of the phone supported by the main circular part of the stand. The oval hole might be purely decorative or could be a pass-through for a charging cable to be connected while the phone is on the stand. These are common desktop accessories for hands-free video viewing, video calls, or simply to keep the phone at a convenient viewing angle. A weird, soft, and slimy circular object came up out of a sink drain. What could this be? This looks like a foam gasket that was used between 2 connections in the sink's plumbing underneath. The drain pipes under a sink are often connected with slip joint nuts and washers. Sometimes, a foam or rubber gasket is used instead of a standard plastic slip washer to create a watertight seal between 2 pipe sections. Over time, this foam can degrade, break apart, and a piece of it could get washed down into the P-trap, only to be later forced back up the drain by pressure changes. The commenter advises checking for leaks under the sink, as a missing gasket means a connection is no longer sealed. This trailer-sized measuring device was spotted on Route 28B near Urubamba, Peru. It was observed stopping every 1,000 meters. When it stopped, a central leg came down and lifted the yellow part free of the gray trailer. After a few minutes, the leg retracted, and the vehicle drove on to the next point. What is this road testing machine? This device is a falling weight deflectometer, FWD. It is a non-destructive testing device used by pavement engineers to assess the structural condition of a road. The machine drops a calibrated heavy weight onto a load plate on the pavement surface, simulating the load of a moving vehicle. A series of sensors then measures the pavement's deflection or rebound in response to this impact. This data is used to evaluate the structural integrity of the pavement layers, identify voids underneath, and estimate the remaining life of the road. The brand QAB is visible on its side, a known manufacturer of FWDs. Three of these heavy metal plates were dug out of a lawn. They were near the surface, laying flat. Each is about 50-60 centimeter wide, weighs around 30 kilogram, and has a round hole in the middle right, a rounded notch on the front edge, and a rectangular notch at each end. What are they? These heavy metal plates look like antique or vintage tractor weights, specifically suitcase weights. To improve traction and stability, especially when pulling heavy implements, farmers add extra weight to their tractors. These flat, rectangular cast iron weights are designed to be hung from a bracket on the front, or sometimes the rear of the tractor. The various notches and holes are for mounting them securely to the bracket and for handling. Finding them buried in a lawn suggests they were from an old tractor used on the property long ago and were eventually discarded or forgotten. What was the weirdest object for you? Let me know in the comments and share this to test your friends. If you love uncovering these mysteries, hit like and subscribe. Your support helps us find more curious explorers like you. Stay curious.